All right, we're going to call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. I think we've got all the planning board members here.
Mr. Chairman, any changes to the agenda?
Any changes to the
Yes, I'm
agenda?
sorry. I was just making sure that that was starting. It doesn't appear that it was. Sorry, I looked like I was
A
preoccupied.
little circle going round and round gives it away,
Oh, there
right?
we go. Okay. That's only up for tonight. For later on, our master plan consultant will be here. So that's pretty much why that's up, just so that you know. So yes, there are changes to the agenda. Number one has been continued to the July meeting. So they've submitted a request for that. Under other business, number one, under the master plan update, I'd like to add 2 small I for a review and approval on an amended contract for the master plan consultant.
Okay, so that's under B, 1B.
Yeah, B.
You have I now.
Yep. So add
Aye,
another
Aye, aye.
Aye, okay.
Let's see what else. Under 4, correspondence for the board's information, I have 2 items. A is a letter that I drafted and sent to all of the property owners on Ridge Road regarding the subdivision. And B is just for your, again, for your information, that I had the chair sign a rescission of a voluntary merger of pre-existing lots for 2 lots that were purchased and merged together by the town of Alton.
We're still allowed to do that?
So there are extenuating circumstances to that. Ordinarily, no, you'd have to subdivide if you were to further break up the lots, but this is a sort of rather peculiar predicament. We found that one of the lots contained the public water system for Alton Shores, so it
Oh,
couldn't be
that
merged.
kind of makes it a little muddy.
So just information, just letting you know that's signed and that's going to get recorded.
That it?
That's it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to accept the agenda as amended.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nothing. Okay.
I would address that.
The appointment of alternates.
Yes. I would go ahead and
Okay.
you can appoint Lee because.
That's right, we
Tom
can.
Hoops is
So
not here.
I'd like to appoint Lee as a member for tonight as alternate, since Tom is not here with us.
Okay.
The other Tom, Tom 1.
The hoops, Mr.
Tom
Hoops, the hoopster.
All right, thank you. Okay, so moving along to our first case, P 2214 Varney Engineering LLC, agent for Green Oak Realty Development, regarding the excavation permit application.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay, Tom?
And yes, I'm standing with my recusal.
Okay, if you guys can take a seat away from the table, and that leaves 4 of us, so we're there. We have a quorum. Okay, so Jessica, you've gone through, you've done again the background chronology on this, as well as the plan review. And there seem to be a few items in here that are still kind of out there, outstanding. So I want to make sure, you know, again, I want to go through these, you know, step by step, just to make sure we cover all the angles here. But the first item on your review references the aquifer zone plan submitted. And so this was done on the drawings in handwritten on the drawings, I believe. and did not identify the source of the reference materials. And then I believe, yeah, Dana, why don't you come up? Dana Huff. Thank you. And I think you,
Mr. Chair, I had a couple things to include in that one section.
okay,
So that should also, so I referenced here that it should reference the source materials used to identify the aquifer location, the date of preparation, and it should also include a professional seal. And then you could look at the letter dated June 20th from Dana Huff, then that sort of references more information on that.
and I assume you all have seen all of this correspondence and.
Yes, we have.
I know that the handwritten delineation was pretty darn close, actually. It was pretty good. So, but in order to be all official, we do need all the other information included on that. Then the volume of materials to be removed, I think we all agreed that the permit period would be 50 years.
Right, that
So-
should
Yep.
state years.
What's that?
It just states 50, so yes, it should
It's
state
just,
years.
yes, 50 years. Yeah, so the estimate should be based upon that and added onto the final plan. The storage sites areas should be clarified for consistency on all of the plans, on each of the plans. Checklist indicated not applicable for easements on site, but there is a large conservation easement indicated on the plan. So apparently that was addressed, no action needed.
Mhm.
Good. Number and type of trucks is indicated on the application, 20 dump trucks, and I think we said that 40 at the last meeting would be
Yes, we
closer to
should-
reality.
We should be realistic with 40 trucks, yes.
Okay, so we want to definitely make that correction on the final plans. Maximum number of daily trips, and again, I think we base this on 80 plus or minus. That's a truck coming in and going out, 2 trips.
40 times 2.
Yeah,
Can I just add something to that before you move on, Mr. Chair?
please.
So it was noted at the last meeting to just double check the existing DOT driveway permit to make sure that that doesn't conflict with any information that you've provided on in and out trips.
I would think if it would have, they would have said something many, many years ago because they buy out of that pit.
I'm just relaying a comment that was made at the last,
Well,
at the
again,
last meeting to just double check the driveway.
if I can remind the board again, you know what I mean, that the only reason we reopened the application is because nobody would talk to us at all about trying to resolve the slope and reclamation within the pit. I was denied by the selectmen, I was denied by you, so I had no choice but to open an application. So we've already kind of set a precedence as to what was previously approved. You know, so without becoming, you know what I mean, real, you know, an onerous on me, you know, I think we need to come to some realization here that, you know what I mean, I've already been approved. And the only thing I didn't have to complete that approval was the letter from Conservation Board, which after the fact, now we determined that I don't even need it from them because I'm not excavating in that 50-foot area no more. And had we actually talked in the first place, we could have probably figured that out without reopening an application.
You brought that up last time, but I think that we've made it clear that the state looks at excavation as not just removing material, but putting material back is part of excavation.
Right, but the point is, Mr. Chairman, is that that ship kind of sailed. The material was removed prior to your adoption of the rules in 17. So we are just trying to deal with the fallout of the adoption of your rules. The Conservation Board walked that property line every year without fail and never once had a problem with anything. And then we had rules that were adopted in 17. So we've done our best to try to comply with it. But again, coming back to, this 50-foot setback thing, had we actually been able to talk to somebody and worked our way through it like men without opening up an application, it's already been resolved, done behind us, and I'd be open for business now. So understand that you are costing, you know what I mean? And I know you don't care, but you're costing me a lot of money not being open. And you're doing the town a disservice by not allowing me to be open and the extra truck traffic you're creating to bring materials into the town from out of town.
So just so we're clear, we do care.
Well, I
But we
would
also,
hope.
we also have rules and regulations that
I
must be
understand you have rules
followed.
and regulations and we are following them, but I mean, I think at this point that, we are absolutely nitpicking things to death.
And, but, these are things that should have been done and are being done and will be done for every other similar application as they come through. So
So what is the, what is the question?
What's the driveway permit?
So the question was to verify that the AOT driveway permit,
The DOT.
the DOT, excuse me, includes, or at least acknowledges the potential for 80+ trips.
Again, it's detail after detail. I mean, we come and we get a 14-page thing a day before the planning board meeting. How are we supposed to deal with that as an applicant? You know what I mean? So now I'm at least looking at another month again of being out of business. Where's my rights in all of this?
Now, let's finish getting through this, because I do believe that there were a bunch of documents that we were promised to be given that we have yet to be given as well. So,
If I may ask on that DOT thing, is that on, Jessica, is that on your review?
no, that was just added now.
It's not, it was something that when I reviewed the minutes,
Okay.
there was a note about double checking
Okay.
the driveway permit. That's all.
Who asked to have it checked?
That I believe, I don't even want to say who, because then I don't want to put words in my mouth, but there was a member that stated you should probably check the driveway permit.
I don't think that would require a new application for a driveway. The driveway's been there 35 years. The volume is essentially the same.
Yeah.
I don't see applying for a permit. I apply for driveway permits. I don't,
Yeah, I don't think the request was to reapply for a new driveway permit. I think the request was to verify that there's an alignment between what is being asked for here, 80 trips per day, with whatever your DOT permit
that's
may
the same
say.
thing. It would be the correspondence with the state DOT and then getting back. It's essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
As a new drive, you would apply for a driveway, or do I need to get a driveway? We'd get an answer. I think it's fine as it is.
Can I make a suggestion? I'd like to ask a waiver for that. It's a state requirement, not a town requirement. And we'll address it at the state if and when it is needed, but for purposes of tonight, I'm asking for a waiver for that.
Okay, well, yeah, so obviously all waivers need to be submitted in writing, right? So
Didn't find out about it until 10 minutes ago.
I understand that. I understand that. But,
Okay.
and we obviously cannot waive a state requirement. I mean, we understand that.
Oh, I'm not asking.
Yeah,
to waive
this
state
was more of a
requirements, I'm saying
recommendation than
To
anything.
move over this point at this town level, because it's not a town parameter, it's a state parameter. So I'm asking with this whole issue, is this gets waived, if the state has to address it, we'll address it with the state.
Yeah.
But it's not tonight, not here, not within the jurisdiction of this board.
The next item was a noise impact study, that I think a waiver has been submitted on that. And the question was, is that in the original, I think, application, one was submitted. Would there be any reason why that couldn't just be updated or brushed up and resubmitted to the board for completeness?
Mr. Chairman, if we can, just to try to streamline this, there's a section in here that I've listed all that under waivers. Maybe if we can get into the nitty gritty of the why and how come when we get to the waiver section, so that way we don't discuss it again when we get to waivers.
Okay,
That's just my opinion. Sorry.
we can do that to move along. So the 100-year flood elevation line indicated on the plan. And again, I think there was some requirements here, having the professional seal on that, data preparation, et cetera. Groundwater sampling plan, and again, that's a waiver that's been requested, so we'll address that with the waivers. Comprehensive site safety plan, again, waiver requested. Snow removal storage plan, again, a waiver requested. Plans for the brush slash disposal should be indicated on the plan. And we just want to make sure that that is properly laid out on the plan. The number of blasting occurrences on the application was 1 or 2 blasts to occur each year. And I think you upped that 2 to 3
Correct.
in our last meeting. So
There's either 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 that we had asked for.
Okay.
So whatever that request is should be updated on that final plan. Is it 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, do you think? Just so we're kind of clear on our record here today.
2 to 3. Why don't we say 3 to 4? 3 is the commonality. 2 to 3, 3 to 4.
2 to 4?
I mean, it's a moving target too.
Yeah,
Why don't we say 2 to 4?
all right. The stump dump site shown on sheet 1 should be indicated in the reclamation plan if it is to be in existence at that time, and then I guess it would not be there. Therefore, it does not need to be added to the final plan. The seeding mixtures. So the erosion control sheet 5 and 6. I think that they were talking about clarifying what you're planning on using for that seeding and that erosion control. Phasing of the reclamation and completion dates should be indicated on the plan. Plant materials to be used for reclamation, quantities, sizes, etc., indicated on the final plan. On sheet 6 under reclamation notes, ledge cuts should also include after the 2-to-1 slope with a 12-foot shelf.
I think that should be specific to the north property line.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. And the plan indicates high water elevation at the pit floor, but does not indicate the level of high groundwater table. And that should be on the final plan.
They're the same.
Same.
Okay, so then it should be labeled as such on the plan.
Yeah, okay.
So I just had one more comment. So is the aquifer zone map and the 100-year floodplain map, is that going to be added to the sheets of the plan in its entirety?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so then just make sure you're changing the sheet numbers.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
All right, and then the number of corrections noted in the final plans.
Yeah, you went over that. I think that's
Yeah, I don't think we need to go through each
pretty
and every one of these.
self-explanatory.
So. So the town's reclamation bond and approving butter requirements. So the board had required a $10,000 bond to be put in place with the withdrawn application. It was, so this gets into that, excuse me, I gotta put my glasses back on, sorry. So reclamation bond or other securities required prior to the granting of any permit. The board had required a $10,000 bond to be put in place with the withdrawn application. It was determined by the board that this existing bond could be canceled and a new bond would be put in its place.
Currently, the bond is still good. I have not removed it until such a time that we determine how many bonds I need.
Yeah.
And that's comes down to the Conservation Commission bond for the maintenance of the slope that has to be discussed and sorted out so that I can request the new bonds.
Okay. Um, So we've got, then the security is, the town engineer had put in the pit reclamation estimate, bond estimate for $185,000. Did you guys have a chance to review that?
So I do believe that's a little excessive because there's absolutely no pit, I think, in New Hampshire that requires a bond of that nature for reclamation.
But to answer your first question, just got this, haven't had really had a chance to look it over. But
As you know,
I believe that's all in your purview as well. You don't have to abide by that suggested. bond.
So, okay, so we need to delineate reclamation because the $10,000 bond is also considered a reclamation bond for the pit. This is a slope reclamation estimate, correct? Okay, two very different things.
Mr. Chair, if I may, so that $10,000 bond is going to go away because that was with the withdrawn application. So I think we talked about that at the last meeting. So the estimate that was provided by the town engineer is probably what should have been looked at the last time when the board came up with the $10,000. There was no estimate that they looked at. There was nothing prepared.
But again, this is for specifically the slope. This has absolutely nothing to do with the operating pit.
Right, that's what.
So the
this
minute
is.
that I finish the slope, this bond absolutely has to be released,
Right,
100%.
Right, so throughout that construction period, and Mr. Huff can correct me if I'm incorrect. Throughout that construction period, the bond would be incrementally sort of drawn down on if the town engineer had deemed that appropriate. So that's usually what happens with bonds.
Okay, I guess a little taken aback by the fact that you're going to even ask me to bond it, considering I've done 75% of it without even being asked to do it. But sure.
Just so I can be clear too in the thinking process here. So that $185,000 you want him to bond is for that berm that's already there?
It's not what I want him to bond for.
You're the town engineer.
so
You're asking for $185,000 to build that slope that's already there.
Dana,
Mr.
yes,
Chairman,
please.
So I was asked to prepare an opinion of probable cost to complete the slope. Complete it. There's approximately, according to the plans, there's 347 feet of that slope to be done. That is not done. When we were at the site walk, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Babb, you stated that there was between 12 and 15,000 yards of material to put in there to complete that slope. When I did the calculations, I don't have an as-built of what is there today. The plan that we got shows a completed slope for the most part. So I did a calculation, if there was nothing in that 347, it came up with almost 17,000 yards. So I'm saying it's probably somewhere between the two numbers that Mr. Babb cited to me when we were on the site walk. So I used 13.5. This isn't as if Mr. Babb was going to do the work. This was if Mr. Babb walked away from the site and now the town has to finish that slope and hire an outside contractor. Again, I'm not trying to be the low bidder. I'm trying to protect the town. And I think, you know, a bid today, who knows what you'd get for some of this stuff, but recognizing that there's material on site, that material would need to be screened, right, as we talked about, especially for the top surface, put in place loam. The site plan calls for 6 inches of topsoil. I think it says loam, but I'd say topsoil on top and then seeded. And then there needs to be some kind of watering to establish that growth. So that's how I came up with the cost today.
But Mr. Huff, if I can correct you, it's pretty simple mathematics. It's 347 feet of slope that's not finished, right? There's approximately 60 foot in the layback to the slope to the top.
About 67 is the slope
Yep.
length.
And I need to bring it out about 12 feet because we are at the top of the grade at the steel property line or the Mank property line. Basically with the slope now, it comes up to 9,250 yards by mathematics.
Again, if we had an accurate survey of what was there, right? I don't know that you do have from the top of the slope out at 2.5 to 1, the entire 347 feet. I mean, that's basically what you're saying, but I think it's partially there. I don't think it's 100% there. So, I mean, that's the number that they came up with. That was my judgment.
And you're saying it's,
9,250 cubic yards left to move to finish the 347.
If we want to, I think if we really want to know what that number is, we should have an as-built of what exists there today, and then we could do that final calculation if you wanted to.
Well, I think an as-built would be much more proficient done once it's built and you like what you see, and then we submit it once.
That's fine.
Because you guys don't work
I
for
don't.
free, so.
No, you're right. That's true. I don't know that you want to wait till you're finished, because then you may have to go back in and reconstruct something. So what I would say is if what you would want to do, and Mr. Chairman, if I may, it's a
Yep, please
suggestion.
do.
Construction suggestion is, once you get your rough grading done, before you put any loam and seed and any of that final dressing on top, that's when I would do a subgrade as built to make sure that you're where you said you're going to be, and then you're going to add that 6 inches on top. That would be my recommendation. So you don't have to do that twice.
Okay.
so just so I clarify, so Mr. Huff is saying 16,000 cubic yards and you're saying about 1,000 cubic yards.
9,250.
Well, about 9,000.
That's the
So about,
mathematics.
say 10,000, right?
Okay,
So call
10,000.
10,000 for round
We're
numbers.
not that far off.
But Mr. Huff used 13.5 for his calculations.
It's a $35,000 difference in the bond though.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, if I may speak, you're saying have him do the rough before he puts the final loam on? Is that means he's gonna have to come back to wait 2 more months worth of meetings?
I don't know. I mean, my suggestion is don't finish the complete slope, do an as-built and come back and we don't agree with what you've done. Let's do the rough grading first. Make sure that what you've got is what you said you were going to do, and then put the final dressing on. It's very expensive to go back there and do things twice, right? And that's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't know if that's going to take multiple meetings or not.
I think the more important question is if I bond this, I should be allowed to go back to work.
So let's get through.
Would that be a correct assumption?
Well,
That's the whole reason for the
I
bond.
think that's a broad overview, but it's pretty darn close. So I think we need to get through a few more of these items. So.
Okay.
So the next item listed was Conservation Commission, and they're looking for a bond. And I'll be honest, I had trouble following the correspondences on this, but it appeared they wanted a $32,000 bond for 10 years, but really it would be for 5 years, renewable after 5 years for another 5 years. But I never figured out what the actual amount was for that 5-year period. So could you help me out with that?
Yep. Can I just confirm one thing? So is Mr. Babb submitting a bond for $185,000? Did you clarify that?
I think that's still up for discussion. It's up to you. You don't have to accept that bond. He says he's at 10,000 cubic yards.
Well, it's fine. It's potato or potato. But the thing is that if I submit that bond and I finish the slope, then their maintenance bond should be reduced to a $5,000 or $10,000 bond. Once the slope is completed and I've been released of, the construction bond. Would that be correct?
I think we're going to get to the maintenance bond in the next conversation.
That's what they're asking for. That's what we're talking about right now, the $32,000.
Right.
That's double jeopardy. If I'm $185,000 bond for construction, the 30 some odd $1,000 bond is null and void.
So if, Mr. Chair, if may I ask Mr. Huff a question?
Yes.
So does this $185,000 bond get released after he's completed the construction of that northern slope?
Once it's accepted by the town. That would be my suggestion, is that that's what that bond is there for, is to construct the final lines and grades and surface conditions.
Yep, which is totally separate from the maintenance
Maintenance
bond.
bond is to take care of that once it's done.
That
So
answer-
when would the maintenance bond be needed?
So the maintenance bond in theory wouldn't be needed until the completion of the slope has been accepted,
That would be a fair statement.
so that you would not be carrying the two bonds at the same time.
Correct. And I think the amount should be greatly reduced because all we're gonna do is fix grassy spots or a small sinkhole, or depression. It wouldn't be, some crazy construction.
Mr. Chairman, and I think the values that I use reflect that, because doing repairs is spot very, it's a more detailed work than doing it in a mass, so that's why I have a
Did you
little bit
put-
higher costs in the maintenance bond. I did prepare the maintenance bond for the costs for the Conservation Commission.
And how did you arrive at that number if everything's green and growing?
Well, you came up with
I
16,000.
came up with 16,000 for 5 years.
Right, and this kind of gets back to how I started, where I'm a little confused because conservation, I think, was asking for 32,000.
10
And
years.
for 10
For
years.
10 years.
10 years.
Right, and then we openly talked about running the two bonds, the pit bond and the maintenance bond concurrent with each other, so they both expire in 5 years and have to be renewed, so that it's, it's a one-shot deal, which that I'm agreeable
So
to.
are we saying the 32 really should be broken into 5 and 5 at 16 and 16?
Correct, because they want 32 over 10, because that's what the numbers that,
Said do
Dana came
16
up with.
renewable if needed, or another 5 at another 16.
Well, that was the discussion we had last month.
Right.
And that's what we determined and was suggesting to the Concom, that that's how it should be.
I agree, but if you read through the correspondences, and maybe it was just me and being bleary-eyed, but I couldn't make heads or tails out of it. So, but that was my understanding. So I have a gentleman raising his hand. Would you like to come forward, sir? And you have to announce your name.
Needs to come up.
Yeah, you got to come up to the microphone, please, sir.
Sit in Tom Two's chair.
Thank you. My name is Gene Young. I'm Chair of the Conservation Commission. Listening to your exchanges here, and I want to apologize for some of the confusion that we've created. We were asked to come here so that we could answer questions. I'd like to try to state our view as simply as I can. Number one, we don't know all of your procedures and requirements and expectations. We have in front of us what to us is a fairly simple problem. There was an invasion of our property, of the town's property. And we want to try to get that corrected as well as we can. There's a permit that happens to be involved in that. We'd like to see three things basically at this point. One is a 2-to-1 slope as it's described in the plans, constructed, loamed and seeded, and maintained until the cover is established. That's stated in the plans, I believe, 80% coverage. In our minds, as we were having this discussion, we wanted some kind of guarantee that that would happen. We talked about a bond. So in our letter to you, we asked about a bond. We've since learned that you have within your own proceedings and requirements, provisions for bonds. If you want to work what we've asked for into what you need, please do so. We don't need anything separate if you can make it work.
Okay, so one bond to the town of
If that
Albany.
works,
Okay.
we have full confidence in Mr. Huff's work and what he's saying. Another thing that we want is that once that slope is established, We understand that it may extend beyond the 50-foot line where he can excavate. But we want to make sure that that slope is never invaded. Once it's built, it stays there. So if you can find a way in your granting of the permit to make sure that that slope stays there, we're perfectly happy with that.
Okay,
I can make an
Is that-
observation. Once the slope is up, no one's going there near.
You know,
No need to.
you saying it, I don't know you. He says it, yeah, I'll buy it. If it says it in the permit,
We've already
we'll buy
talked actually about agreeing to not move the slope.
okay, so that shouldn't be too difficult to
No.
achieve.
So do you as the conservation board agree then that because it's a $32,000 thing over 10 years that he read, that we do the 16 over 5 so that it runs with the pit bond? So we just,
That's fine if that works. So the 32,000 is something that Mr. Huff came up with when we were talking just about the slope and maintaining it and getting it stabilized and so on.
could we put a verbal agreement in there to that we, at the end of the 5-year period of the first bond, that we can take a look at the slope as, you know what I mean, two gentlemen and agree whether or not to release that bond at that point?
That's gonna go through the town.
I think that what we stated when we wrote the letter was that we would accept the bond, the slope as being established and in good condition based on receiving word from the town's engineer. So it would be, you know, if the slope is there, it's stabilized, Mr. Huff is happy with it, we're happy with it.
All right, so we can review the bond in 5 years to determine whether or not to release for the maintenance bond for the slope based on.
that would be the
Growth and progress.
proper procedure is that, yes.
Right, well, it's been tough getting to this point where we can talk about this stuff. So.
But just to be clear for the record, the 16,000 for the 5 years is in addition to the 185. It's not, they're not the same.
That is not the same, right? This is a,
That bond will not take effect until the 185 is released.
I would say that's a reasonable.
Right.
yes,
And then whatever we agree on as the pit operation bond of whatever, 10, 15 grand, whatever the number is.
yes,
So it'd be plus the 16. Is that what it is? Is that what
yes,
everybody's understanding at
yes,
this point?
you are on the right track, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a statement? I forgot his name, but he made the comment at the very beginning that you said 80% of the slope completed.
No, sir.
Established,
Believe there's a statement, and I might be wrong, that one is construction of the slope, 2 to 1, and then the slope is loamed, limed, fertilized, and seeded. It's considered stabilized when it is 80% covered with vegetative material. I believe that's the germinated I think that's what the 80% is.
Okay,
And it's been a few weeks since I looked at the plans, so that could be a little off.
yeah, well,
But that, whatever's in the plan to make a slope in place and stable so that it's going to stay there, that's what we want. And when it gets there, we're happy.
good, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. One other thing I would like to mention that did concern us and still does, and that's the stumps and woody debris in that slope and down in the part that's not yet constructed. There are certain rules in place through DES about burying stumps.
Yes,
And we just want to make sure that those rules, requirements, whatever they are met. And I think it's fairly simple. The applicant should, or whoever's burying stumps, has to get approval from somebody to do so.
yeah, that it does come up as we go through this plan to review package here, that is addressed, and we've been assured that the stumps that are there are not within 10 feet of the property line, which I think was one of the
25 feet.
25, thank you.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
And burying your own stumps, as long as they're within distance, there's nobody. It's actually an a priori exception at the DES level.
Right, as long as it's the 25 feet away and,
In a certain distance from aquifer or whatever.
right, Right.
So I think to put,
There's nobody to give a permit. It's just,
No, I know there's a distinction between stumps from the property itself and imported stumps. We just, no, there's stumps there, wherever they came from, as long as they're treated properly, is documented, and so on and so forth.
well, I think for the purposes of discussion that we've agreed at this point to remove all the woody debris that is there and just finish the slope fill with native material on the rest of the construction.
Okay.
So for,
relevant.
just to try to move things along.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And kind of along all these same lines, so the Pitts butters, David and Robert Mank, basically, I believe are falling within this opinion of conservation as well, kind of all in alignment on that. So now we get into waiver requests.
Yep.
So do have a number of waiver requests. Find them in my package. Right here. All right, so the first waiver for section 14A 12, elevation of the highest annual average groundwater table within or next to the exposed excavation. And the waivers requested because the groundwater elevation is already included on the excavation plan, which we have determined is one and the same as the high water table.
Yeah.
One and the same.
Yeah.
So we just want to make sure that that's all clearly spelled out on the final plans.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
if I may. I believe the note on the plan says it's a high water level. Me, unless I'm reading something wrong, that is not a seasonal high groundwater elevation. So first of all, I don't know how that was established. I don't know how we established that, and whether that's ponded water that's in the pit, or how did you determine that elevation is at 531?
Well, on the pit, on the edges is dug down trenches, and we see water there, and that's the elevation. That stays consistent down at the lower end that goes towards the wetland in the brook area. And it's a rough guess. It's not a real accurate number that I went out there to find. I just put it on the plan as what I've seen. Not determining it with the test pits and observation business or any of that.
right. So,
Rough
but
number.
on your plan, you state it's the high water elevation at pit floor, I think are the words. And that, in that case, it's a very accurate statement, probably, that it is. But I think what we need to do is to verify that it is the seasonal high groundwater level. And if you're saying they are one and the same,
Yeah, I believe it doesn't fluctuate.
so I think that on the drawing, it should probably be clearly stated that that is the case. And and you certify
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah, it's still a rough number, but that's as good as we're gonna get unless we really have a monitor well and observe it and all that stuff.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Well, basically, Mr. Chairman, that's part of Mary Meeting River. So the water table can't get any higher than Mary Meeting River.
Isn't that what
Is
you
it Mary
said,
Meeting or
Ron?
is it Coffin Brook?
Coffin Brook.
Yeah.
another 200 feet down the stream, it dumps right into the end of Mary Meeting River.
Yeah.
They're all the same height. I mean. oh,
That
I-
water to your right, as you come in the pit road, at the same level as the water in the pit. Is that what you said?
That's all beaver controlled on the right.
No, you get into the pit, we see water on the edges of the pit. And Keith knows where the water table is. It's just a foot or two below that surface that we're on, the flat
Well, yeah, I
surface in the
see.
pit.
But what I was getting at is I would think his statement would be kind of true, how we put it. Because the river's right there. Can't go any higher.
Right, so, but it needs to be properly written on the drawing, you know,
Oh, I know that.
with all the right words is, you know. So that's where we're going, and I think if that is the case,
Just saying that I think we're starting to split hairs.
yeah, well, and so, so what I'll kind of start this all off, so I will make a motion on the waiver request for section 14A12, that we granted with the condition that you correct the language on the final set of plans. I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, so any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. One down. So the next waiver request is noise impact study, which was submitted for the original application. But you've made a request here to not submit. And I guess my question on this that I started earlier was if we already have a noise impact study in place, how hard is it to update?
We'll submit it.
Was that?
We have a noise control plan we did a few years ago. We can give
Yeah.
you that
Okay,
study.
so are you withdrawing that request for waiver?
I still don't think it's necessary. It's a gravel pit. No one's around.
I
Well,
think it's 1,400 feet to the nearest resident
right,
from the actual operating pit. So,
but when you blast, people hear it.
yeah, that's when you have a low cloud cover, very bad day.
So, are you withdrawing that waiver request and you will update your,
I have a nice noise study. I'd like to give it to you.
Okay.
I did it a
Okay.
few years ago. I would gladly do it now.
yeah, it shouldn't.
You'd
Yeah.
like to see it.
What's that?
Something you would like to have because you'll understand about noise.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all explained in my study there.
Okay, all right, so that's
Where are
being,
we on that way?
so they're withdrawing that waiver and they're gonna be providing us with an updated noise report, impact study. Next one, section 14A24, comprehensive site safety of authorized and unauthorized persons plan. And I'll be frank, I think that we would be remiss to not require this. There had been one previously submitted. Can we update that?
I
It actually,
believe
it
we,
was just a one-page. It was just a one-page piece of information that reflected all of the,
Part 46 training,
that the mine safety looks at.
yeah, it's US Department of Labor. It's the same as OSHA, MSHA.
So,
I'll do that.
So, I mean, we can update the letter if you want. We're still governed by the same entity that we
Let's
have
look at
been.
that. It's just a simple letter.
We grant the waiver, they're still governed by the upper, by everybody else, right?
Oh, yeah, MSHA still comes to visit me once a year, whether I like it or not.
yeah, and the problem with granting the waiver is we set a precedent that anybody else could also request a waiver from such a requirement.
Still to the state's dance. I mean,
Right.
everybody's gonna.
That's
But
federal.
it's our requirement that they have one on record with the town. So I think we're talking about putting a new date on this. I'm pretty sure they can handle this and satisfy a checklet box. Yeah, excellent.
Okay, fine.
All right, so we'll withdraw that waiver. Waiver number 4 was the plans for snow removal. You are not in operation during the winter,
Correct. The snowmobile trail goes through there.
so I would make a motion that we grant this waiver request for section 14A 27 for plans for snow removal and snow storage.
I'll second that.
Seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, number 5 is waiver request to section 15J, the maximum excavation limit. So this is a sticky one because you shall be not less than 6 feet above the documented seasonal high water table, and we know that you're what, about 1.5 feet right now, give or
Correct.
take. So I'm not sure that we can grant this as we have, the condition is already in place. Because really what we would be doing is permitting him to go further with that contradiction to that requirement. We're not asking him to restore what's already been done by denying this waiver. So, how detrimental, I mean, do you have plans for furthering at your current floor, expanding that floor out further?
Yes, that would be the typical, progress of a pit.
So you would be expanding the violation of that 15J of the maximum depth? Or can you shelf it and limit that depth that you go from now on?
We could shelf it, but there's the future potential of coming back in here in a few years and getting it permitted to actually create a pond. So that wouldn't necessarily be detrimental at that point to, the finish elevation,
Right, so.
because it would actually be a working pond.
So if you came in though for an application to create a pond, that would, then we could address this at that time. Obviously, in order to create that pond, you have to excavate
Below the water.
below the water table. So, the board, I'd entertain,
We add words to their waiver?
well, we can condition the approval.
Make it just so no further may they go below the 6 feet minimum.
So, well, that's contradictory.
There, and then as they proceed, follow the rules.
Right, so that's contradictory though, because if we deny the waiver, then they can't go any further with digging within that 6 feet of the water table, but we're not making them change what they have already. So that's denying the waiver. By granting the waiver and saying what you just said, it's the same thing as denying it.
Granting the waiver, it's the same as denying it.
By granting the waiver and putting the condition on that you can't do any additional excavation within 6 feet, is the same thing as saying I'm denying this waiver. You can't do any additional excavation within 6 feet of the water table.
So in other words, the waiver should just be eliminated and we make a condition. Make it as a condition, eliminate the waiver altogether.
Yeah, we can deny the waiver.
Because it's already done, so we don't even want to vote on that. We don't want to go there.
Yeah, we're not going back in time. So we would,
We'd want that as a condition that you're not going back in time.
yeah. Okay. So we would deny this. Say that again?
Oh, it's by denying, by
Withdraw it.
But withdrawing it, you still have the 6 foot condition. But you've just said that you're not going to go back retroactively and make them correct something that pre-existed before that condition became a regulation. We just want that as part of the condition, that you're not asking him to fix something that didn't need to be fixed when it began back pre-2017. And then going forward, he lives with the 6-foot condition. I just don't want someone to come back and look at this, hey, the guy says he's 1 foot away, you know, how come he's doing that? We need a confirmatory permission that it's okay the way it is. And
Right.
going forward, we have to live with the
6 foot.
6 foot.
I think we can make that statement. Am I right? Jessica?
So I'm just reading the wording of your waiver. So the claim of the waiver is that the elevation of where the pit is currently was pre-existing before the enactment of the town's excavation regulations. Now, you just referred to the 2017, which is the amendment, but they originally were put in place in 1980. So which one are you referring to?
Leave that to Keith.
No, it's the 2017 rules. That's where the 6 feet comes in. It didn't exist before that. The alteration of terrain was in 2016, and he was already at that level excavating. So he was there before 6 feet ever came into play.
Okay.
But you can verify that. I'm sure that's right, though.
So my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that based on what you just said, Tom, is that the excavation with below that 6 foot mark, so within a foot, we'll say, for the sake of argument, occurred prior to any regulations
Yes.
being created in the town.
Yeah.
So since then, no additional excavation has occurred within that boundary of that 6 feet, or there may have been some cleaning, scraping.
There's, I want to say we've had 3 or 4 blasts maybe since
Okay.
this whole debacle started.
So I guess I'm kind of looking for guidance here. I mean, I think we're on the same sheet of music.
I mean,
Everybody here, it's that we don't want you to do any more excavation below the 6 feet. We're not going to make you go fill in what's already excavated below that 6 foot mark. I think that's the gist. Is that, I mean, is the
That's my
board?
agreement.
So I'm not sure how we,
I think then if you granted the waiver with the condition, that would handle everything previous.
because by doing such, it also is documenting that it was a pre-existing condition and
Right. So then the condition would be going forward, he lives with the 6 foot.
So approved.
okay. So Roger, you nailed it. So you want to make the motion?
Mr.
I make a
Chairman,
motion.
Oh, hang on.
if I may, before you do that, there's a statement in here that says that this elevation has not and will not affect the water quality and quantity. Based on what? That's in the
So-
waiver. That's
That's
written in
it.
the waiver.
That is in the waiver. And I believe that that's Mr. Varney's opinion. Am I correct or am I putting words in your mouth? Because this was Mr. Sullivan's letter.
His letter.
So,
That's been my general anecdotal understanding, talking with the both of these men.
I can expand upon that a little bit if you'd like. So a lot of these rules were created back in the, 80s when there was a lot of sand and gravel operations still in play. So in a sand and gravel operation, you're basically working right on top of a natural aquifer anyway, because that's where most aquifers are stored, is within the sand base. Obviously, moving forward in time now, sand has long since dried up and most of us, the pits that are around are farming ledge. There is no real aquifer in the rock per se, not in the volume that you would see in storage in sand. So Therefore, you know, I mean, based on the fact that we're mining something that weighs 2.2 tons per cubic yard versus sand and gravel that doesn't have near that density, that's why the water's in it.
So you're saying what you're mining now does not
It's solid,
affect, right?
it's solid rock.
This is not going to affect the water quality and quantity.
Correct.
So
It'd be no difference in
To-
drilling a well.
to Mr. Huff's point, though, you know, unfortunately, I think you need to have a lot of letters after your name, you know, to, you know, make that statement and put a stamp on it and certify it. So, so to be clean, we need to probably remove the references to the having no impact on the water table, since that's really a matter of opinion, rather
I would
than.
like this, I take out that sentence, but put what Keith just put in. You know, based on his 30-yard experience in this business, the type of excavation that's occurring now with ledge will not unreasonably affect the water quality and quantity.
Say that one more time, please.
Based on his 30-yard years of experience in the business, excavation business, the material being excavated now, which is ledge, rock, ledge,
Solid
solid ledge,
granite.
will not unreasonably affect the water quality and quantity.
I don't know if that statement needs to be in there. That's more of a somebody else's.
Take that out myself.
Yeah.
Okay. then fine.
So I think the best approach is let's just remove the whole sentence. This elevation has not and will not affect the water quality and quantity. Just remove that sentence, since none of us here are qualified to make that statement. And then the condition that would be added to this waiver would be that there would be no additional excavation efforts within the 6 feet of this water
Whatever
table.
the rule says. If that's the case, as Jessica pointed out, we should say in the line before it that condition was a pre-existing condition before the enactment of town's excavation regulation amendment, 2017.
You do a blast, you're gonna raise up 6 feet.
Did you get all that?
Know what I mean?
I do.
Want to do that?
You want me to do this?
Go right ahead. You've been doing the writing.
All right. So I will make a motion that we approve the waiver request for section 15J with the following corrections. Number one would be at the second to last sentence in the second paragraph. We clarify that it was the enactment of the amendment to the town's excavation regulations in 2017. That we delete the last sentence of the second paragraph referencing the elevation and the water quality and quantity. And that we put the condition that there will be no additional excavation that would be contrary to this section 15J, in other words, within the 6 feet of the water table.
I'll second that.
Okay. Mr. Huff,
I know I think by seconding it, you can have some discussion.
we can now have discussion.
Do you also want to put in there, since we've established that groundwater level at 531? But that means that the base of this excavation now is at 537?
We could, I guess we could, but I think that the drawings will reference that as well. So when you cross-reference to the drawings, it should have that covered. So. Get that? Um,
Oh, shut that up.
any further discussion on this from the board? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right. Next one was the stump and slash disposal.
Didn't we just clear that up with the gentleman that came up?
Well, we did discuss it, but we have a specific waiver request from
Right.
that. So we just need to discuss the waiver and vote on the waiver.
That's what I'm saying. We don't need to go into full discussion on it.
Yeah, so this is from section 15K. And again, this gets into best or knowledge belief, there are no offsite stumps buried within 25, there are no offsite stumps buried within 25 feet of the, so are there offsite stumps buried on the property?
There is off-site stumps buried out in the toe of the slope.
Okay,
Some of the slope was done long before this ever occurred.
when you say this ever occurred,
Your 2017 rule amendments. We had started restoring some of that side slope.
okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I don't know how you discriminate, or what difference it would make if he took down the tree and the stump was there, or I brought the stump in there. Stump's the stump's the stump.
matters to the state apparently.
How would you know?
I don't know.
Well, he already agreed that the last 300 and some feet, he's gonna use no wood products.
Correct.
So
Yep. Any stumps buried in the slope are at least 4 feet above the seasonal high water ground tables. Therefore, the New Hampshire Code admin is inapplicable.
just put a sentence in there saying that he agreed not to put any wood products in the last 347 feet. The
You go, why
Mission
don't
over
you
there
make
said-
the motion, Lee?
Go ahead, make the motion.
Go for it.
Oh, I ain't gonna do it.
Oh, you come. So let me just finish kind of going through the.
I'm still learning, remember?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to clarify one thing in this waiver. It's regarding the comment that says see attached AOT letter, which according to Tom Varney is all that's necessary for compliance with RSA 485A 17 terrain alteration. So just because there's an issuance of the AOT permit does not relieve the holder of the permit from the obligation to be compliant with other applicable administrative rules. So that just doesn't necessarily mean that that just doesn't need to be adhered to. And that came from DES.
Did you say that, Tom?
No, no.
I think the last sentence says it all.
That it is an excavation parameter and will be adhered to during excavation?
No, he'll pay attention, he'll comply with section 15K.
There's what? I'm sorry.
He'll comply with section 15K.
So if we're complying with section 15K, why are we seeking a waiver from it?
That was requested, I mean, that was one of the parameters at the last meeting. I can't answer. That was just what was decided at the last meeting.
Okay, it seems if we're in full compliance with that section, then
That's fine, but
I agree.
Well, I think maybe we requested them to have a waiver because some of the slope didn't qualify for 15K
but they're standing here, it does.
we're saying going forward, it will,
going forward.
Well, going forward, it's not even gonna have stumps in it,
right?
Right.
but it also states that to your best knowledge and belief that there are no offsite stumps buried within 25 feet of the property line and
That's
at
correct.
least,
too.
and they're all at least 4 feet above the seasonal groundwater table, which then we don't need a waiver.
Correct.
I agree with that. Just what was requested last time.
Okay. All right, I guess if and I apologize if we made you spin out a letter for no reason, but I believe that there may have been a misunderstanding that we thought that there were stumps within 25 feet of the property line and potentially
Right.
within 4 feet of the water table. But you're stating here that that is not the case.
No off-site stumps within 25 feet. That's the parameter.
Right. That's the difference. Offsite as compared to onsite.
So there's no foreign stumps in there within that realm, but there may be some
On-site.
on-site
On-site.
stumps.
Yep.
And
Say
just so,
maybe, can be.
just so I'm clear, the on-site stumps are okay to be, I didn't think they were okay to be within that.
Under section 81009, they're all right.
Okay.
Yep.
All right,
If they were generated on site.
so,
And they have credentials.
so I don't see, I guess, I'm sorry, I don't see the need for the waiver.
I don't either.
So we can withdraw that? No?
I'm thinking, I mean, potentially maybe the waiver should be granted in order to, you know, what I mean, prevent any questions later on from the Conservation Commission or potential issues. It seems that all of this revolves around Concom. And I don't have anything personally against them, but
Well, it's regulations too. We're just trying to follow all the regulations and if, and we apparently misunderstood perhaps what we heard at that last meeting when we requested this. So, you know, if we are, if you're fine, if you're in compliance, then there's no need for this waiver
Okay,
to muddy the waters.
okay.
So,
Okay,
I mean,
then,
as
Mr.
long as we're all in
Chairman,
agreement.
I put in a motion that section 15K stump / disposal is approved to
they're withdrawing the waiver.
withdraw it.
We don't need to make a motion on that. They need to tell us that they
I'm
want to
just trying to
withdraw it.
cover- He said he wants to cover bases, so.
So,
But I was also gonna say and add in there that the last 347 feet be but material.
right, we can get into that later on as a condition of approval.
Well, I thought you wanted me to just do it now.
No, it's not time. Let's move on.
All right, so. Great, made it through that. The geotechnical engineering report. So we still haven't seen a map of these test pits where they actually occurred from,
There is no plan, but I got this from Miller Engineering.
is that the photographs?
Photograph with the spots where the hits were. I have no idea what, how to plan, but they didn't generate a plan. I asked them.
That is so unusual.
And if I'm not mistaken, the state was there when you did these, right?
What's that?
Was the state there when you did these? Or you had some engineer?
No, we hired Miller to come in so that
Miller,
we could
yeah.
potentially try to sit down and talk to the Conservation Commission, and that never occurred.
Oh, okay. So Miller Engineering sent you this? This is their documentation of their mapping of their test pits?
They sent me this picture. It was it was an old red square. And when I copied, couldn't do it, but so we put the little white dots, but I represent that these white dots are exactly where Miller Engineers said their test pits are.
So you can see the mounds.
Yeah. And we saw that when we did the site walk.
So these are the 13 spots that their report indicates they dug.
So, Mr. Chairman, so these 13 spots should be added onto the excavation plan and not just submitted on a photo that's not dated or anything.
Yeah, so if you can,
I don't know how you're gonna do that without getting a survey in there to pit, and for all I know now, they're already,
Well, could we agree to have that located on there when we come in to do the as-built before I loan? Because the spots are still gonna be very evident in the slope unless I fill over them.
well, I think, no, Mr. Varney should ideally have it on his drawings that,
Right, this occurred after his drawings. This was something that I did in essence to try to sit down with Conservation Commission and work out an agreement that the slope was stable. You know, to try, but unfortunately that never happened. That's why we're back here. So, I mean, we could probably go out and have a rover and a base. I mean, I could mark them.
yes,
If I can make a suggestion, I don't think you need to have a topo survey to locate the 13 spots. I think Mr. Hillsgrove was right. You can see the mounds out there. I think if someone went out there, like Mr. Varney went out there, he could pace off where these pits were and add those to his drawing here fairly easily.
yeah, and X marks the spot. Yeah, we don't need full topos.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, that makes sense.
yeah, which is, I mean, that's all we would have gotten out of Miller anyway, would have been kind of a hand-drawn, TP1.
That work?
So,
that's what the little red boxes said, but couldn't see them when it blew.
So then there was comments in here about the excavation permit renewal sheets 1 through 6.
Yes. Can I comment on that?
Yes,
So the second comment refers to the documents that were quoted in the Miller report that was used to work on the slope. That I had asked you could get copies of that.
Miller report, yeah.
The plans that the Miller report reviewed.
Yeah, it was entitled excavation permit renewal sheets, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 dated April 2021.
Those are the plans that we're all been using here that I submitted. Those are the plans of the application.
None of these say permit renewal sheets.
Yeah, that's another set of plans.
That's what I'm talking about,
Okay,
that set of plans.
you gave those back to me when I submitted that a year or so ago. Okay, I can provide those. That's no problem. Yep.
okay. So there's comments here about the slope as well. And you guys will obviously address that and make sure that we have nothing greater than 2 to 1 slope.
Yeah, upon the initial site walk, I spoke with Dana and showed me a couple spots he wanted. That were concave that he just wanted, straightened out. And then there was about 6 inches or approximately 8 inches of settle up on top that we needed to add some to so that we could put the negative angle so the rainwater would shed back onto.
Yeah, that shelf, that pitch shelf.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Dana a question?
Yes,
On the last 347 feet, do you need any of these showing test pits on that too? to save us time. So in case we come in, somebody goes, well, it doesn't show test pits on the,
I think, if I may, Mr. Chairman, respond. I think if Mr. Varney goes out there and locates those 13 pits, it would show up even on the unfinished portion of the slope. So yeah, if you excavated in the unfinished portion, then you should locate them on the plan.
But I think your
That-
question
is
is,
that-
question is on the last 347 feet he builds, do you want test pits? done
Oh,
on
Mr. Huff's going to
No,
witness
we-
the installation so that we know that,
Granted, but I'm just trying to cover bases that
Good question.
somebody don't turn around in the audience and say, oh,
It's a fair question. I think it's a fair question. So yeah, I think what you're asking is, do we need to do test pits once that 347 feet is completed? And to the chairman's point, if we watch, periodically watch the construction of the slope, I think that satisfies that to say, okay,
Okay.
that the slope has been built in accordance with what they said they were.
I just wanted that on record. So somebody wouldn't in the audience or whatever, come up and say, well, the last 347 feet has no test pits in it.
yeah,
And that would hold them up another month.
right. Keep in mind, though, that it was, the reason these test pits were done was because nobody had witnessed the construction.
I understand that, but I'm just trying to cover
Yeah.
bases here.
That
Save
said,
this guy.
that said, if he doesn't let us know when he's doing the work and he does it without anybody observing it, then there would probably need to be some test pits to prove it.
Well, it might be a case where you decide which is cheaper. Have you watched, but drill
Oh,
a hole for Miller? That's what I would look at.
I'm sure. he'll know
And,
that. I'm
and
sure
risk
he'll know
having your permit revoked and just held up for a while. So yeah, you don't want to do that.
I wouldn't risk having your permit. Basically, what you're doing is the same thing. You stand there and watch it get built, or Miller comes in and says it's built with, the no stumps. It's a dollar thing. I mean, and that's his decision.
Yeah, that's not how it works, but I get your point, but it's not how it works. So,
Well, as far as Dana's concerned, what would you want to see, like the first 5-foot lift on a drive through and then the final 5-foot lift?
Yeah, I think, I don't know what are your lift thicknesses when you put them in? Is that what you're doing, 5-foot lifts?
We can generically do it that way, yeah.
Yeah, I think to see you do a lift, and then come back and watch you do a second.
Well, I
lift.
think as you saw, you know what I mean, all the material is actually sitting on the left side of the pit,
Yes, I did.
or the south side.
Yep.
So then that's all the indigenous material that was actually stripped, you know what I mean, from the pit, the overburden, so.
Yeah, I don't need to stand there and watch you day in and day out.
I'll put you
I
to
want
work,
to.
I'm sure to help.
give him a shovel.
I'll put him right in a rock truck.
Yeah, you could subtract that from his bill.
So so the next item just had to do with the escrow amount done that was, I understand was in fact paid for the temporary or for the report and review done by Mr. Huff. Minimum and express operation standards. So this is bringing up,
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Can we just go back to that review of the Miller report for a second? Because I
Sure.
believe there are some additional items that need to be submitted.
Yeah, so
Yes.
if I may add to that, so when our geotechnical engineers reviewed it, they didn't see anything necessarily wrong with the report, except that they couldn't verify some of the stability because there was data that was missing. And so we're just asking them to provide the data in order for us to just say, yes, okay, then that's how you got the stability, that you had that analysis. They didn't provide that. They didn't provide some of the analysis. So we can't verify how they got their numbers, which is what we were asked to do.
Are those the two letters that you?
This one is dated June
17th,
17th.
it's a memorandum.
Yep, technical memorandum. It's geotechnical review.
Ken sent you another regards to.
Yeah,
I sent that in a separate
Response.
email.
Right.
yeah. I just want to make sure I get the right jury. I have a June 20th, and I have a June 16th. Says a June 17th?
Yeah, That was in a separate email than everything else.
Don't know if I have that one.
I can make another copy for you. I can just.
But in the
forward-
meantime, I believe I have a response to that from the engineer. Thank you again. Not sure if that is applicable to June 17th.
I read this.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This, what I would say, without reading in great detail, this may satisfy the geotechnical engineers, but I won't know that until I give it to them.
Okay, so this appears to be a response to
This looks like a
that
response.
recommendation section.
Yeah.
In essence, I believe it's saying that the additional data he believes reasonably would just corroborate what he already has said. In addition, he doesn't see any benefit for those additional tests because there's gonna be no building on this site. When all is said, it's a gravel pit, it's gonna be filled in. No one's gonna build over ledge. And in his opinion, is those additional tests are usually used when it's gonna be a potential building site.
Yes, to support a structure or
So he does
something.
not see the efficacy of spending the extra money to corroborate what probably unnecessary to corroborate.
Fair enough, fair enough. But that's what we were saying is we understand that nobody's going to build on that, at least that's not no plan
Right.
in the current state. But for us to verify how they arrived at some of their numbers, maybe this will help our geotechnical engineers understand that better than what the report had. But I don't know that. I'm not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. We were asked to make
Ken's
sure
email
that the
address is
slope
right.
was stable.
I think Ken's email address is right on there, so.
Okay.
A direct course.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is it possible for
Yeah.
Dana to have direct communication with
Yeah,
them?
just email.
We'll make sure that
You CC. yeah,
people are
just CC.
connected.
Right on the top of the second page.
We know them.
Okay, were there other items on that? Technical memorandum? Or is it primarily just that, the stability question?
I think Dana's geotechnical people are gonna review that and
Okay,
get an answer back.
all right, so minimum and express operation standards. Starts off with a quote from the December 19th, 2017 planning board meeting where Russ Wilder stated that there were wetlands adjacent to the pit that had been drained because of the excavation of the gravel pit down below the water table.
May I just add some comments to that, Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
So there was a discussion that took place at the meeting last month. And it looks as if at the site walk, Mr. Varney noted that he went to that area to determine if it was holding water, and he determined it was not currently holding water, but it may start with the restoration of that slope area, that shelf at the top. Once that's done, it should hold the water on the soil that's located in the woods. So the water will pool and not drain. So that was some more information from the minutes.
Yeah, he had said that he was gonna slope from the top back,
right.
so all drain off. We discussed that at my room.
Yep.
And we all agreed that would work.
Well, yeah, hopefully it will work. And, you know, we're basing that on the clay content that you have currently with your materials that are on site.
Which is very high.
Yeah, so it should, in theory, work to help hopefully restore that area.
Again, we're using indigenous soil that holds the water that's actually from the site.
Yeah.
So it's over 20% 200s. So it's not very permeable.
Then under minimum and express reclamation and excavation standards, loam and tiller to be safe for final reclamation of the pit, and a note further down referring to disposal of stumps and brush is in and will be in the stump dump area. So I think that was that clarification that the final disposal, if I'm not, I don't want to read into this too much, but the final resting ground for all of these, stumps and brush and all that is not in the stump pit area that's identified in one of the earlier drawings. I don't remember which number it was, what sheet number it is, which is why that stump dump is not referenced in the final restoration plan. Am I correct in that statement?
So. Correct. So there will be stumps on site, but they are processed annually,
So chipped and ground and,
actually burnt.
or
And then
burned.
the ash will be mixed back with the loam product.
Okay,
So, and that's, we checked in with the fire department just to make sure that everything was good, but anytime that the ground is snow covered, we're allowed to burn stumps without a permit within the pit.
okay.
And that's right from the chief.
Not just the pit, or does anybody do that?
That's a really good question, but I asked specifically because of the pit surrounding, you know what I mean? Because we have such an open area, you know what I mean? It's very difficult for anything to catch. Snow covered, it might be just in general if it's snow covered.
That's a fire that's gonna burn for a while.
Yeah. So the intent is that where you have on one of your drawings, the stump dump is shown. You're not gonna have a stump dump when all is said and done and
Bearing of the stumps?
operations are done
Yeah,
and complete.
no, not burying of the stumps.
Okay. So, Jessica, you had made a note here that this should be clarified on the final plan. So you think that a
Just
note,
to- It was just to kind of clean up the wording.
Yeah.
And I think we had talked about that at the last meeting.
okay. So the prohibited projects, I think we've kind of covered that one. The excavation distances and all that. The excavation standards, this is a note in the claim regarding excavation being within the aquifer area. So I think that again, this goes back to that having the, official seal and
Dates and source.
date and stamp and source and something more than your blue magic marker. And I think do we need clear statements that, no damage to the aquifer, or, I mean, I don't know how you even make that statement.
If I may make the statement, Mr. Chairman, Dana,
Yes.
is that something that you could discuss with Miller Engineering?
What?
What we're discussing
Water
now?
quality?
The wall,
The damage to the aquifer?
yeah.
Potential damage to the aquifer? I don't know if they're hydrologists. I mean, they're more soils people, so.
I'm sure they have hydrologists and geotech, well, they definitely have geotechnical engineers, but I mean, that's a very tough nut to crack. And I'll say that because who knows what was there before? What was the historical water quality, in the surrounding private wells? I mean, I believe there was a plan, right, to do some sampling of private wells in the original application or at some point.
Groundwater.
Right? Whether it was
Water
ever done or
sampling plan.
not, I don't know, but generally that's how you would monitor the quality to see if there's any degradation, any changes in the chemical composition of the water over time. If you haven't done that, I don't know how you do it now.
Yeah, you've got no basis to
Have a
work from.
baseline. And generally, that would be done before anything's done.
So that ship sailed.
What's that?
That ship sailed.
Yeah, that ship sailed. And so to go back and do that now, I mean,
Yeah, it's
you would
pointless.
spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a hydrogeological study for what? So I don't think so, to answer your question.
Well, I just want that on record.
So should we have some sort of phrase that on the plans that says, you know, to the best of our knowledge, there will be no effect to the aquifer or something? Or is it even worth it? I'm kind of looking at you, Jessica.
Well, it's not like
He's
he's
ignoring
bringing
you.
in paving and building buildings and putting in septic systems. All he's doing is removing material that's there. Why is it gonna change the aquifer?
Fuel spill,
Excuse me?
fuel spill.
Well, there's provisions for that as well.
He's got to have containment stuff right on site for
You're
that.
supposed to.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm actually would like to ask town council a question regarding this, if I may.
Okay.
Question for you.
Shoot.
Okay, so according to the regulations, the regulator shall determine whether or not the aquifer could potentially be damaged, and then it lists a couple criteria.
For consideration, right?
Right.
Right.
And then it talks further about some recorded document taking place if they waive the need for any studies.
I don't have the full regs, so.
So I guess my question is, if this is an existing operation that's already close to the aquifer, does the board still have
The obligation
the
to make,
obligation to have to address that waiver or not in a recorded document?
yeah, could just show me
Yep.
the,
So that's my question.
okay.
What's the question?
So the regulations state that the regulator has a couple different criteria to look at as,
Regulated?
yes. So it has there's a couple criteria to look at in order for the board to determine whether or not a study should be done as to whether or not there's potential of damaging the aquifer. So my question is, if this is an existing pit that's already, below that seasonal high water table, it's close to that, that aquifer, does the board have the obligation to have to address waiving the study, the need for the study or not? If it's already pre-existing. This is,
Well, this
a
is the potential
certain
need for
area.
another waiver, so we're just getting town council's
Right.
opinion on this.
Wasn't there two, you said there was two items for us to consider?
There are, if you look on page 8 of the planner review, under excavation standards, It talks about excavations within the aquifer area.
So saying,
It lists two criteria.
yeah, saying that we have to determine, which I think that puts quite a bit of burden upon us, that it will not detrimentally affect the quality of the groundwater contained in the aquifer by directly contributing to pollution or by increasing the long-term susceptibility of the aquifer to potential pollutants. And two, that the excavations shall not cause a significant reduction in the long-term volume of water contained in the aquifer or in the storage capacity of the aquifer.
Right, so my question stems from Mr. Huff's comment that there was no baseline. I don't know, I just wanted to make sure that the board was not obligated, or if they are obligated to have to address it.
I mean, it's in both state law and your local regs that you can't substantially damage a known aquifer. But I mean, that's a judgment call for the regulator to make based on the facts and circumstances that are before you. The criteria here, I mean, it says you have to consider those, and I think you can consider those without requiring the studies and the cost of those studies. So, I mean, I think that you do have the discretionary authority to say this has been satisfied, but it's a judgment call for the board to make. And I think part of what you're considering is that this is an existing pit that is so close to the aquifer already.
And we'll get no closer,
And we'll get no closer.
or will it
because of-
expand that closeness?
Correct.
And to add, there's no baseline.
And
Yeah, we got,
To
right.
do- To do something now, there's no baseline.
Well, and we just discussed that. Dana, and he already said it's,
Right, so the question is do we have to do a formal waiver of that? Or, but the
I don't think you
conclusion is
can-
we don't necessarily need that formal waiver, just the board needs to, as a board, we need to,
vote on it.
I don't know if we need to
We'll agree
necessarily
that
vote,
no
but
action need be taken.
yeah, no action needs to be taken, and we feel that they've satisfied this, and, you know, I don't know if we need to vote.
I would note also that it's the language that's used is substantial damage. And obviously that's not defined anywhere. But you know, you can take a rather narrow view of what that is, or you can take a pretty expansive view of what that is. And again, that's something that's up to the board's discretion based on the facts and circumstances that are before you.
Well, and since you're here, though, I mean, I guess I should ask, should the board actually vote on this?
I don't think you necessarily need to vote on it now. I think it should be,
Noted in the
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of conditions?
correct.
Okay,
That's, you could do it either way. In other words, if it would give you more comfort to vote on it specifically now, you could certainly do it that way. But you could wait and have it be spelled out as a condition to approval or some sort of a statement to that effect when you're at that stage.
My opinion, I think it's better in the conditions because say now, that's now. Conditions are down the road.
yeah,
So if we say now, it's not necessary now, and we're just stating for today. But
well,
as a condition, that's a condition forever.
yeah, so taking the temperature of the board, though, I guess, you know, before we kind of get off of this subject, what is, you know, what's the general, you know, feeling on this? You know, do we feel like additional studies need to be done, and,
I don't.
I think we put it just a note of condition.
all right, good. I
That's
think
fine.
we're all in
That way
agreement on
it's
that. then.
documented, so.
Yeah, so we're all in agreement on that.
Keith, what are you, the second or third owner of that pit?
So,
Well,
Well, Daddy,
so,
but, right, Daddy, and then
Yeah, but-
Dave inherited it, I think. So I don't know if that's considered a transfer of ownership, so
Yeah.
to speak, but second.
Oh,
owner,
that's
I
why I'm
guess,
saying,
In the chain of command.
the time it started, I mean,
Robert approved it, worked it, Dave ended up with it, Hussey, and then I bought it from Dave. So
All right.
Third
So,
person operating the pit on a permit.
all right, so Mr. Huff, you had something,
I do have a comment, and that is to both Roger and Lee's point that the ship has sailed as to what the water quality was before any of this pit operation existed. One thing the board could do in relation to these 2 points is to say, okay, as of today, we could do samples of 2 down gradient private water well or water wells. And then if there's any issue, that would be your new baseline. And then if there was any damage in the future, it could, I mean, then you'd at least have something on record, but that's totally up to, it's
Well,
totally up to you.
I have a comment on that too,
Okay.
because you're gonna test the neighbor's water. Who's to say he's not contaminating his own water?
True.
You know, he changes his oil every
But
3 months.
but I believe
Can't
in,
afford a pan.
I believe in the former sampling plan, there were 2 downgrading wells that were agreeable to have sampled. So I'm just looking in terms of that. I'm again,
The only reason I disagree with the well is my well tested 0 for arsenic, but yet my neighbor 300 feet away tested over 700 parts per million. So
Yep.
we're only talking 300 feet. So as Roger's saying, who's to say what's contaminating the
So I think we should go back to the original issue which
Yeah.
was, let's just not recommend that the testing be done and take it from there.
okay. I think that was,
I'm in agreement.
yep, that's the general consensus of the board, so, okay. The next item was, had to do with the material processing. The excavation plan indicates the rock crushing is typically done 3 to 4 times per year, and then May 17th meeting, we discussed 5 times per year max. So we'll just note that on the drawings, the final plans. Items required for final.
Should we exempt just simple screening operations from that? I.e. just sitting there screening loam or fill or whatever?
Yeah, I don't think screening loam is the same as crushing.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying. Should we delineate that because it says processing? So the screen could be construed as processing material.
I would lead, I guess, again, I'm going to defer to the board, but to me, crushing is the one that's probably the more egregious here of
Yeah.
activities than running a screener.
So I see.
Well, what I'm asking.
Delineate no more than 5 times a year crushing.
Crushing, yeah, just put crushing in
Crushing,
there.
put the
It sits
crushing in
there.
Well, if you blast 3 or 4 times, then you don't need to blast 5, crush 5 times.
Because
Remove the screening.
the second sentence there says, because regularly recognized as part of an excavation operation, every occasion that material processing such as crushing and screening is needed, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, we don't, I don't believe we need screening put in there.
Well, let me ask you this, your screening operations, how often is that?
It depends. Sometimes we'll come in and screen a couple thousand yards of loam and leave, you know what I mean? And if there's a rush on loam, then we'll be back screening again, you know what I mean, 3 or 4 weeks.
Screening doesn't make any.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Screening doesn't make any noise.
Yeah, I mean, well, the running of the equipment doesn't any more than
And the loader.
than the
running.
loader, right? Yeah,
Let's
exactly.
put it this
So,
way, the backup alarm on the loader is louder than the screener.
yeah, and you're rather isolated in there as well for these types of minor operations. I don't have an issue with it being limited to the crushing and just not even reference the screening. So,
I'd say take the screening out.
yeah. Roger?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
okay.
So it just stays as is then.
That's what it looks like.
Well,
Um,
with the addition to change the 5 times a year.
Right.
yeah.
The screening isn't noted on the plan. It's just noted in with the regulation.
Okay.
Right.
Items required for final approval per excavation regulations 13B. So running through those quickly here, bond security proposal for reclamation. So I think we have established that, the $185,000.
Mhm.
The traffic or impact studies is crossed off. Any other approvals, permits? So dredge and fill, AOT. So the AOT permit, you haven't applied for that one yet either, have you?
It is applied.
It has been applied for now?
I'm mailing it tomorrow.
It's almost applied for.
So
I have to make copies and then I'm putting it in the mail.
Okay. All right. And then the driveway permit, you have the current driveway permit in the state. We talked about that and the loading and of that, just to check, just a suggestion. Don't want to get into that heated argument again, just a recommendation. All right, so unfortunately, I didn't keep a separate tally of all the different things that we talked about here.
on that driveway permit, can you just go up to the? No,
Well, it was just a recommendation anyway. didn't you?
Yeah, the only recommendation was just check your permit and see how many trips you said, you know, on that and,
all right.
and so.
Can I just clarify that for a second?
Sure,
So the reason why it was such a big issue to check the permit is because the planning board needs to make sure that all of the permits are properly in place. So if you're bringing in additional trucks that aren't authorized with that driveway permit, then the board is giving an approval on something that's not valid.
So-
That was just why that was such a stress on that earlier.
so we can clarify our conditions precedent to state that we're permitting this number of trucks, this many trips per day, or as may be limited by the state's.
Just submit
DOTs.
a copy of the permit.
The original permit for 20 trucks?
That's all.
Was there a
No
number
idea.
attached
The
to
original-
permit?
I don't know. I don't have a copy of the permit.
The
Why do
original,
we have to have a number now?
right, well, the original permit would have been for Robert Hussey, who was building, you know what I mean, or opening a pit.
Right.
Right.
So it would have been opened under the premise of a pit operation to begin with.
So trucks go in and out.
Correct.
Right, so
So,
there was
but I
no
don't have,
number saying 20, and now he's saying 40, so I don't know.
80.
80.
Okay, 40 and 80, both numbers, so I don't, who came up with the 40? He's saying 80,
He's saying 40 trucks in and
40
out.
trucks.
40 trucks, which is 80 trips per day.
whatever,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So there was never a number, I mean, he was issued a permit for a pit. So, I mean, there was never a number associated with how many trucks could go in and out, so why is that an issue now?
Well, we don't know if there was ever a number associated with it or
I
not.
do know he had a permit to operate a pit.
Right, and he has, in theory, a driveway permit as well off the state highway.
Right, so he's not asking to increase the use. He's just asking to use the permit that he has.
I think what Roger's saying is,
If he was gonna put a Walmart in there too, he'd be increasing the use of his permit. Then he'd have to go to the state.
Right.
He's not increasing the use of his permit. He's barely using the driveway that he was issued. There's nobody has any number of trucks that could go in and out. I
So-
mean, it
Okay, so
could
can-
be 20
can I
trucks and he's
clarify?
So just to back up just a little bit, so I think our regulations do require that we note
That he
what the
has a
traffic
permit.
flow is. What the anticipated loading is
Maybe
gonna
on a private road, our regulations require that he has a permit. And then it goes to the state and they make all the decisions.
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify something?
be. Yes,
So the maximum number of daily trips was indicated on the application as 30 plus or minus. At the meeting last month, it was up to 80 plus or minus. So that's where the 30 came from originally because it was on the application.
right, but
So-
I think what Roger's trying to say is when it was originally permit was given by the state, it was for a pit, which a pit would have probably more than that coming in and out of there. So I think that's,
Right, so we don't know. So just, if
So
we
that's
just
why-
had a copy of
hang
the
on,
driveway.
hang on, just to try and expand on what I think you were getting at here is why are we asking for the number of trucks. Because it's a driveway
On a state road.
on a state road, not a town road that the vehicles would be traveling on. Am I right? Okay,
Well, but that and the fact that he has the permit. It's for a permit.
So-
Excuse me, a permit for a pit.
all right. So I think I'm following your logic. I'm following it. So this is another one of those weird kind of, not applicable. Is kind of the correct answer. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm in agreement with Roger. Why should we even have the number of trucks we're going in and out if the state's giving them a permit that's coming off a privately owned road onto a state highway? If the state says, here's your permit, why do we limit them
I
to the
mean,
number of
obviously he
trucks?
pulled
So-
the number out of his hat when he said 30 the first time, and now we're talking 40. I mean, it's just a number.
Yeah. So,
I mean, some days there's no trucks. All winter, there's no trucks. I don't think the number of trucks is an issue.
and I guess, to Jessica's point, the concern would be that we don't want to be granting. Yeah, you
Not
can have,
granting anything. He's got
hang
it.
on, don't want to grant, because it would be listed in all of this stuff saying, okay, you can have 1,000 trucks a day, and the state goes, hey, whoa, town, you don't got the right to do that.
Right, but the town doesn't have the right to do that one way or the other. It's the state does. So you
So-
don't have jurisdiction to render a decision on this anyways.
Right, and that's his point. So I was just,
It's a state
right.
road.
so are you following all of this?
That's why we're trying to just say that don't put a number of trucks. Just get another copy of his permit. from
That
the
he
state,
has a driveway
That
permit?
he has a driveway permit. That's all I'm saying.
And I have no issue with that. Getting a copy of the driveway permit.
Okay, well, let's start
And
there.
perhaps they'll ask the question. So then he'll have to give the answer to them and then let them have an issue.
Then we don't have the responsibility.
So they may say, well, we're going to rescind it because we don't want you to have 80 trips. Fair enough. Have him get a copy of his driveway permit.
Yeah, I think that would be a minimum to get that. And then I think what we'll do is let's do a little more research and make sure that we weren't heading off the rails on this.
I think we're off the
Because-
rails. We're off. the
Yeah,
rails. We need to get back on the rails.
And I think you're raising excellent points, both of you guys, because I think that the intent of that is the protection of the town roads.
Right.
That's the intent. And we don't distinguish that in our regulations, which is probably why, or I shouldn't say in our regulations, in our application, we don't distinguish that. So that's why that question is asked and was answered and has since been answered, with more vehicles that, and perhaps it is not applicable.
The reason I say that is we just did a logging job for a farmer during the winter, and for spring, we was going in averaging probably 15, 18 trucks a day. And then as mud season was getting closer, we started going in and out of there with between 60 and 70 trucks a day. We was hiring everybody to
Yeah.
get it said and done, but it was coming off a farmer's private road onto the state highway. State never said anything.
Mr.
So-
Chairman, can I just clarify something?
Yes.
Section 14 excavation plan, A19 states, these are the things that should be listed on the plan. Intended transportation routes to be used to and from the pit. The numbers and types of trucks and equipment to be used. Hours of operation and maximum number of daily trips, which is why we asked that question of what's the number of daily trips? It's part of the regulation.
That's
Yeah,
on the
but that's a
plan.
town
That's not
regulation.
Dealing with a driveway permit. That's on the plan. He's given that information.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna state it again. At the last meeting, there was a comment made from one of the members that it was suggested that you refer to the existing driveway permit from NHDOT to ensure that that was going to be sufficient. That's what I stated earlier, and
Okay.
that's where I'm at. That's all.
Right, and I just,
We're fine.
yeah, I'm just saying, that was a suggestion, but it was a
Exactly.
suggestion that didn't have any bearing on the jurisdiction of the board to address.
So we're all in agreement with saying all he has to do is bring a permit in, copy of the old permit?
But he also, per the regulations, as Jessica points out, he does need to list those number of trips and trucks and stuff on the plan. It has to be listed there.
That's town regs.
Who's gonna govern that?
Has to be listed on the plan per town regulations. That's all it says.
And it's on the plan.
No, it was just a recommendation to cross-reference the state DOT. So, all right. Who's been taking good notes? There's, besides Jessica. So,
John's got a book here. I mean, Bill, I'm sorry.
so I know we've got quite a bit of items that we need from you. I would like to see the plans updated, I think. I think that would be
I would highly
very helpful.
suggest.
There's so many items that we need to get rolled into this.
Yes.
You agree to continue this. That's what I.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, all right.
We agree, continuous, but and I know Jessica's doing a fantastic job and it's totally slammed like everybody else, but we got to get the recommendations before a day before.
And I am actually really sorry that it took so long to get this to you guys. I
understand. what I'm
Is-
saying.
is
For us to-
there-
It's
to
just crazy
comply so
swamped
you
right
have a
now.
finished product, we got to have some time to.
I agree, and I apologize.
Is there anything else that you foresee, Jessica, that hasn't been covered that could potentially crop up in the next public hearing?
Well, yeah, see, this is why I kind of want to get this rolled in and hopefully have you guys get something into us.
Well, we feel a lot better because we have waivers to work on. We have, you know what I mean? A
Correct.
bond amount to work on. And just to recap the bond thing for our purposes, it's $185,000 construction bond. That construction bond is separate from the pit reclamation. In other words, the little surety bond that I give the town. So there'll be two bonds, surety bond for the pit and then a construction bond for the slope. The construction bond will be released once the slope is completed and it'll come in, it'll go into a maintenance bond at that point. Okay, and that's gonna be the process. Right, well, the construction bond will be completely released.
Right, and then you'll have a
Slope reduction.
$16,000
Maintenance bond for 5 years with a review at the end of the 5 years to be either completely released. Or we continue on another 5 years if there was, 300 sinkholes in it.
Yeah. Yep.
Right, plus or minus one.
But I didn't have,
Is there anything that you feel that these guys, I mean, a lot of this is just paperwork, clerical things. The driveway permit is obviously there. 'Cause
I think what he's trying to say is he'd like to find out exactly what he needs so that at the next meeting,
So I can come in with basically all the
everything we
I's
need,
dotted, T's crossed.
because he wants to get his business going, and I agree with him because he's losing thousands of dollars a day.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Shouldn't put somebody through that.
if it's the board's decision to continue this to the July 19th meeting. July 19th.
July 19.
Right. So the continued application deadline is. For a second. Continued application
that up, Mr.
deadline
Chairman.
is Tuesday, July 5th.
Oh. Perfect.
Yep. I'm on vacation all of next week.
What's that?
I'm on vacation next week.
Suggestions?
So if you get it in before that, she can bring it with her on vacation and review it.
Work on it then.
Not this vacation.
That's a
Um,
fantastic idea,
When will
Chairman.
you get your review?
So when I come back from vacation, so I'll be back on Wednesday, the 6th.
How can we submit them by the 5th?
Well, Tricia will be here too.
I know,
She can
unless
receive
I
it.
start working on it tomorrow and Friday.
I'm just saying, we need,
Right, I'd have to have it done
you know,
by
for
Friday.
clarity, we just gotta have it with enough time to address it.
Right. So at this point, you guys have this review that was done, and this is the bulk of the stuff. And
Well,
there's,
again, there's been some waivers here, some conditions and
Some
non-applicable.
bond agreements finally.
Okay, so I will have I will do an updated planner review to reflect all of the items that we discussed tonight, to include the waivers, anything else that needed to be submitted. And I will have that to you by Friday, by the end of the workday.
Okay, that'd be fantastic. I appreciate it.
so the real burden on you guys, though, is going to be getting all these drawings updated in the notes and all the missing pieces of drawings we haven't seen and getting all of those into us.
Okay, one observation, even though Tom's applying for the ALT, probably not gonna have it by July 19th.
Now, that we would address that probably as a condition precedent. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll have it.
Depends on DES's workload.
To the next month.
yeah. All right. So I would like to make a motion that we continue case P 22-14 until our July 19th meeting.
I'll second that.
So when they come in next month and they've got all, everything's done, but they don't have that AOT permit, will they be able to open as products they bring in on their own?
So once we've made our decision and all of the other requirements satisfied, the bonds are posted, et cetera, all that, the town is completed, we would be granting, the town would be granting permission. As for the state's AOT permit, we can't overrule the requirement for an AOT permit. But at least he will be through Alton's hurdles and waiting on the AOT.
Okay, but his AOT is to expand.
No,
So,
it's not expanding, it's just updating. You can't expand. We have the permit that includes the total area.
Well, either way, expanding or
Yeah,
just
well,
updating.
yeah, the permit,
I mean, he has other stuff that he can be doing.
I can't speak for what the limits are or the permissions are granted in an AOT permit, in his specific AOT permit. But, as far as we're concerned as a town, he's okay. It's just the AOT permit. He has to have that to do whatever.
That was my question. Would we be able to say you're okay to continue once you have your AOT?
Yes,
For what they have. I mean, he sells septic sand. It comes from Ossipee. It has nothing to do with his pit. It's a contractor pit at that point. I mean, everybody around here, we're going to Ossipee for sand.
Yeah.
It's
So-
crazy.
So as long as it's not in violation with the state for not having an AOT permit, then he would be free to do what he does.
Mr. Chairman, I think at the next meeting, I'd like to have John Dever, the code official, see if he can attend, so that way he can address that stop work order, the cease and desist order, so that he can amend that and be able to chime in and be able to.
In the meeting
move forward
officially and
with something.
Are you suggesting that cease and desist is still in play?
Well, I would like to get
I don't believe it is.
his opinion on that. That's all I'm saying. I
Yeah,
would
I'm
like to
saying
just.
He's not operating per the cease and desist. That's why
Correct.
it's taking this long. You're gonna be hopefully granting a new permit, which will
Right.
override anything.
He has conditions listed in that cease and desist order. So I'm just saying he should be involved in addressing that. don't you think?
Yeah, we'll just make sure that, again, that
Can't do
the
that on
boxes
Friday.
are checked. Let's make sure all the boxes are checked and
Not saying that he's going to keep it in place. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying he can't keep it in place.
Correct.
Okay? Doesn't matter what it says. He stopped working and now you guys are on a cusp of issuing a new permit. Becomes irrelevant.
well, he did not issue a cease and desist on behalf of the planning board. He did it on, as a code official.
Right.
So that's what we're doing is one thing. Let's get him to address and release his, let's do it right. Not have anything come back and bite us later.
Well, we notify all other commissions by letter. You can't hand a note to them and have them respond. You can respond with the paperwork on Friday.
Well,
If there's issues, then they can deal with them rather than waiting 30 days and come in and, oh, now there's another issue.
well,
They only have 65 days to act on this application.
so
Excuse me?
Right.
I didn't ask him. I asked the chairman.
so the
That's not until.
two different things that are happening here. So we have the planning board, but we also have the cease and desist and there would be, from my understanding, there would be no reason to continue with the cease and desist once they have satisfied all of these requirements. His primary requirements on those, on the cease and desist parallel a lot of what we are taking care of right now. So hopefully that will be done and taken care of. Now, he could, if you're asking John Dever, can he go out tomorrow and make sure that everything's satisfied?
We
Well,
can't because it hasn't been satisfied.
thank you, exactly. But through this process, it will be.
Correct.
So he can then
So
renege on that or pull it back, or rescind, that's the word I was looking for. Rescind his cease and desist,
Now,
but it has to be done through him in his department.
he can't rescind that next month because he's not gonna go back and fix the place until we tell him he can. So if you're saying that John can't rescind it because it hasn't been reclaimed, John's not gonna be able to come next month and tell him he can do it because it's not gonna be reclaimed.
But
So
the
you wanna
approval
tell
for
him
the
not to go back
reclamation is in
60
process.
days?
No, so because it's all in process. So that's again, I can't speak for John, but we all know John well enough. He's a reasonable individual.
Exactly, and that's why I say, can't you ask John if he can just write a letter? Yes, if all, and send it off to them, or like you say, maybe John does have a problem. Okay, so now they know before next month that there's issues, they can deal with them.
Okay,
That's the whole.
All right, I
we're
get-
Trying to move this along, so if somebody has an issue, it needs to be dealt with.
okay.
Not that.
So I will ask Jessica to reach out to John
That's what I said I was going to do.
and before the meeting and make sure that there are no other new items that may have cropped up or anything that we may not be aware of or any reason that he would not be willing to pull that cease and desist if we should rule an approval of this.
Go ahead.
Okay, good.
basically, if Keith agrees to all of our requirements, Dana's satisfied with all the requirements, then John should be able to, if the board says, we agree, then John should pull the,
Right, we don't control John. So it's,
realize that, but
yeah, so I mean, so that's why we have to reach out to John and find out if there's anything else. So
Right.
I don't suspect there is.
We're working.
Known
on
him for a
trying
number of
to-
years. He's a very reasonable person, usually very understanding. So I don't foresee an issue, but I appreciate you want to be proactive on this and get this, make sure that there's nothing going to snag us later.
well, like he was saying, we're running clean Ossipee to get septic
that's-
sand.
Yeah, and that had nothing to do with whether all the regulations are satisfied or not. So,
But we're just trying to, it's costing the town money, it's costing Everybody must,
I get it,
especially Mr.
but again, has nothing to do with whether all the regulations are being abided by. That's the point that we're trying to do, is make sure that we are following the regulations. So, I mean, I think it does stink that everybody's spending way more money than they should have to, but it is what it is. So,
Is there still a cease and desist order in?
yeah, he hasn't pulled it back, so didn't have an expiration date.
Well, I had read, you guys gave me the minutes and said to read through it, and I thought at one point there that after the cease and desist order, the town of Alton bought gravel out of it. Which wouldn't that
I'm
notify
aware
the
of.
cease and desist order?
Oh, yeah,
Go through the minutes, I think one of the
it's
board
in the
members-
minutes that,
One of the board members complained about it. Way back a couple months after the cease and desist order was put in.
find that for me.
Well, my minutes are at home. but-
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's,
But-
let's let the horse, I think it's two
It's-
different issues. The cease and desist was blasting.
So
I don't think it was.
it's for all operations, I believe.
It's for all operations.
That's for all operations.
That's why I'm saying it would be nullified if the town bought any material off them.
We vote on the,
I would, just in case.
All right, so did we vote on
I
what?
don't think, did we vote on the continue it? I think there's a motion and a second.
I don't think you did.
I don't think
No, we didn't actually vote. So I'd made a motion to continue. You'd seconded, then we got off on a different railway.
Yeah.
So any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's all of us. Any public comments? Seeing none? All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, guys, that was
Thank
a,
you, members of the board.
yeah, do we take, do a 5-minute recess here. So we'll come back at about 20 after.
Huh?
What you talking about?
A lot.
I was told by an board member that the town bought gravel. Cease and desist.
Oh, that'd be interesting to know.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, you told me that?
No, you can't.
Really. That's a pretty good accurate one right there, isn't it?
And the notified the cease and desist order if the town bought gravel off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only have 4 minutes now.
No.
That way it looks like.
See your name on my paper.
That's next.
That's next.
You're gonna see Z's next to his name here in a minute. He's usually, what do you mean? You're usually in bed?
I'm asleep by now.
Don't you have a younger woman living with you now?
Who?
Don't you have a younger woman living with you now?
Did I ever hear from her?
No, do you have a younger woman living with you now?
Who?
So you ain't sleeping.
I've been trying. Trust me. It's not my fault. Oh, yeah.
I hope this one goes by faster. We'll be able to bang this out in an hour and 40 minutes. No problem.
You told me.
Yeah.
You know, those minutes ago.
That was that when I asked her about the Yeah, well, it was, yeah, actually, this case here. Oh, yeah, so I'll shoot.
The shit with her.
Yes.
He asked me how. I told him what was going on. Maybe I should know. I thought it was It's the difference if the town is here.
We just had the Look at me, though. Roger buys dirt from them. I buy dirt from them, but they wanted me out.
I figured that's why you guys all use. How come Tom?
Because he's on the conservation commission.
But that's why.
Gone
Still
right now?
learning, but that's like, but it's fun, they say, oh, well, we discussed that, and I said, well, I just wanted on record. Yeah, now she's gotta put it in. But, yeah, that's who told me about it. And you know, usually when I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was a simple thing.
Now, do all you guys have
So
to
where's,
excuse yourself because I've worked for you guys?
Probably, yeah.
Every one of you.
Everyone.
Then that's gonna be a problem.
It's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, you'll be talking to the wall.
I do anyway.
Yeah, but you're not married.
What?
You're not married.
Might as well be. I'm only with her because of the dog. She's a good
So,
girl.
Andrew, did you miss all the boats this spring? No.
Oh,
Not one bit,
What's that?
not one bit.
Not one bit. Good for you.
Oh, you must have your own
No,
boat.
you know those.
Yeah, a couple boats, but
Haven't been out.
no.
John Nazarado's working.
Yeah.
They opened them up.
Oh, party purge.
Yeah, but we stripped the top, off. We used to rent it out.
If I remember correctly, I kept asking.
Take the dogs out on because they often walk on it. Just put a couple of chairs. About 7 dogs now. It's on it, drives, go up, put
Oh, they
around.
blocked off. They blocked.
So
It's actually really cool.
Jessica kept saying,
the boat we used to post these days.
blocked off. Well, he's opened them up. Now they're using, they're not using the new one. They're using those other ones.
I know now I will.
But I don't know if he got a driveway permit or if he even
They'll be
needs it.
checked Bank of New Hampshire or Bank of America. That's what they do
I'm
is
still learning.
Write the check, take it out of your account.
I'm learning
And if you
people.
never get the check, guess what? They take the money from.
Just like the teachers used to.
You know what I'm saying? And then-
Yeah, teachers unions, so they're awful.
Between the postage,
But you know what? I've done work for 90% of the teachers. Who would?
Yeah.
Really?
And they said I was never disrespectful.
Yeah, yeah.
I was a hellion, but I was never disrespectful.
Yeah.
Sidekick, teaching them all the ropes.
Hey, who owns the old pickup truck out there?
That's Roger's building, isn't it?
Sell all the vehicles.
Roger.
Roger?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's Rogers. 1930 something, 30s. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can hotwire that, but those old
He's
ones,
probably in it.
keys are probably in it. Oh, you probably.
Probably a push button on the
Push
floor.
button, right, yeah.
Probably, yes. People are gonna be sitting there going. My father had a couple old hay trucks that were like that, the old push button on the floor.
That's all right. People can afford it. They're paying it. I can afford it. So, that's all I can. I don't have to be the rich man in town. I just have to eat them.
See what the fire department wants?
What's that?
Read this for the storm coming up. They want a 30,000 gallon cistern with adequate water source to be installed. So that means a well. That's 10 grand.
Yeah.
The last time I did a 10,000 gallon cistern, that was about 25,000 bucks. So do the math. You got 100 grand in there.
I just had a,
Cisterns on something?
Yeah,
That's what I said.
right here.
I thought the cisterns were.
They're not. They keep writing. Look at this. They're out of their minds.
which one's that on, the next one?
This one we're gonna listen to right now. Well, that's not that. This is on this one right here, Prospect Mountain
Yeah,
Survey.
Prospect Mountain.
Yep.
Which is this one.
It was part of the packet that is part of that packet right there.
No, that's the.
No, underneath it.
Said you need.
See the paper clip?
This is the packet.
Raj, this is the packet that is right there. Flip this up and that way you have this there.
This is the case we're working with now.
Yeah, but this is stuff that just came in.
This has been,
Okay, read back.
yeah, but this is, but
That's not,
your
it.
phone.
The top page has, but what's behind it hasn't.
Yeah.
So what is?
So the next case on the agenda is case. Yeah, sorry. P 2220, Prospect Mountain Survey Agent for CNA Holdings Incorporated, design review, major subdivision. Yeah, up on Jesus Valley Road. All right, so we,
I knew Jesus. I really did.
I'm not going there. So, so this is
Yeah, Jesus
just a
Valley.
design review, huh? So we have a project narrative. You guys want to walk us through it?
Want me to give you a little description of what we're doing?
Yeah, the little song and dance.
All right, my name's Paul Zusko. I'm representing Andrew Kierstead. He has a parcel on Jesus Valley Road. It's approximately 50 acres. We're going to cut it up into 4 lots. 3 small lots consisting of 2.1 acres, 2.03 and 2.35, and the remaining being 43.5 acres. There was an existing house, an existing trailer on it, and 4 existing access points. 2 of which are driveways, one to the house, one to the trailer, and then there's one that goes up way out back. And then there's also one on the vacant lot. We meet the state requirements as far as lot size. We meet the town requirements as far as lot size. Also, the 75% rule. All of them have over 200 feet of road frontage. I show the 25% slopes and the 35% slopes, which I need for the state. Pretty simple. The only thing that puts us into a major subdivision is because it's 4 lots.
Yeah.
Basically, all the requirements are pretty much in A for a major. There's no road design, there's no drainage really needed. Plus, there's already 2 existing dwellings. There's only going to be 2 more. So, I mean, pretty simple.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just call a point of order, just for the record, that Scott Williams and Tom Divany are now back at the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I meant to say that, but everybody had to go. pee.
Yeah, I'm jumping right in. Thank you.
I did ask for waivers as far as doing a complete survey, you know, going all the way back. I did do first 600-700 feet so we could get these lots in.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask you a question. He says it's a major subdivision, but yet there's already 2 dwellings. So does,
3 or more.
right, but
Just by what it is, it triggers it. We should probably look at this later on and, if there's no road being built, that we adjust the
Just take
term
one
major
step out of the
subdivision,
process.
but we can't do that now because it's there. Just my opinion.
I have a note from the last time Mr. Zesgo came in with a
Similar thing.
similar application.
And then it was 4 meetings later.
Yeah, and we haven't done anything yet.
Snowmobile trail,
What's that?
snowmobile trail,
Still gonna exist?
which one is it on?
Where is
Created
it?
or?
Where is it?
It's gonna be on the parent lot or the large lot. It's still existing.
Is that what the snowmobile trail is?
No, no, that's the.
That's your driveway.
Yeah, the snowmobile trail was here and then it goes off around perimeter.
Mr. Chairman,
Is that right there?
I just wanted to clarify, the code official
Yeah.
is requesting that an equitable waiver of dimensional requirements be applied for because the front of the existing house is within the front setback. So he has enough time to go before the ZBA, which an application was submitted, should be scheduled for July 7th. So that should get taken care of before he comes back in for final.
And that's the existing farmhouse that was been there for a
Built
long
in
time.
1850,
Okay.
before zoning.
Yeah, yeah, way before zoning. I'd like to address the fire department. I don't know if anybody's seen their
Yes.
notes. You know,
Is that the stamp?
huh?
Is that a stamp they just put on there?
You know, they just don't catch on. The selectmen have not authorized cisterns. So why are we still seeing the stuff come through from them? I mean, there has been a time that there has been asked for donations to put towards a water source, but the fire department program that was set up was to install dry hydrants, which are much better because we used to want to have 10,000 gallon cistern. Now they've gotten the fever from Barnstead because they require a 30,000 gallon cistern with a well. This is $100,000 for this operation here. And this is positively ridiculous. Again, I'm going to say the town purchased a tanker truck so they could have more water on wheels arrive. And if you look at all the water that the town of Alton will bring, if they don't get it with what shows up on wheels, it's not happening. It's going down. Just my opinion. So I wish Brock was here so he could address this with the Board of Selectmen because that's how it has to be fixed. So we cannot require this of this man.
In the planner review, I did add a section of that, the water plan, just so that, you know, you could see how close it was to the lake, and that there was a draft located right at the beginning of that road.
Even digging a pond over in this area, and I'm not suggesting it, would be much cheaper. And you could put a dry hydrant in there and have hundreds of thousands of gallons of water, which would be much more effective if you really needed it. But you know, the houses are spaced apart.
Would you have to dig quite a deep pond to get to the water?
No, I don't, this is wet there already.
Oh, dig it there.
Anyway, just my opinion. The fire department really needs to come up to speed on what they're requiring of people, asking of people.
So there was also comment from Public Works here, check the driveways on Jesus Valley and the trailer is still in the old Wood Road driveway.
So if I can clarify that a little bit more. Not sure which of the existing trailers on this plan is the one that was moved.
So
Is
to
that
be
the
the
one-
14x70 trailer that was
One out
moved.
back,
This is the long skinny one
that long skinny
that
one.
is shown on lot 3,
It's a 14 by what? I'm sorry?
70.
70.
right?
Yes,
Pitched roof.
yes.
Okay. So what took place was Andrew decided to complicate things a little bit. So one of the trailers was removed from this proposed lot 3 and moved onto proposed lot 1. So there is a requirement by Scott Kinman, the Public Works Director, that he receive a driveway permit, which could be a condition of approval. Ordinarily, the need for driveway permits don't usually end up as a conditions precedent.
Right.
They're usually conditions subsequent, but since there was some changes to the existing Old Wood Road, that's going to require a driveway permit ahead of time. There is currently no need for a building permit or a septic permit to be submitted at the moment, just because it's in a temporary position. So of course, when you come in for it to be permanent, permits would be needed at that point. And that, I did talk to John about that, so.
So just to be clear, there's a trailer shown on lot 3.
There are 2 on lot 3 shown.
Right, and I guess I'm talking about the 14 by 70 long skinny one. That has been moved to lot 1. So no additional trailers have been added. Okay.
So there's additional criteria listed under section 350 in the zoning ordinance, which is the reason why I wanted to confirm the size of the trailer. So if they are, let's see.
Same reason why I asked if there was a pitched roof.
Okay, so it's under 14 feet in width. So you'd be fine at 14 feet. So that actually doesn't apply. So there would have been an issue if it was less than 14 feet. You'd need a variance, but since it's at 14,
Okay, yeah.
it's very clear right here, manufactured homes under 14 feet in width. So you don't apply to that.
Okay, well, never mind.
Yep.
Okay, and then the waivers, this is just a review, so we're not going to vote on any waivers tonight, but just trying to, again, take the pulse of the board here. There don't seem to be any waivers that are out of control. And utilities,
All utilities are existing on the road. Except for well and septic.
Are they on the plan?
they don't appear to be on the plan.
They'd probably be on the septic plan when that happens.
It's probably a layer it's not turned on. I'll
You'll
turn
have a
it on.
4,000 square foot area for septic.
To show holes.
Okay, and the plans for future plans for lot six?
Yep.
One big house lot. There's not enough road frontage for any more development
Yeah, 250.
on that lot.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I breezed through those on my own and I didn't do that. Sorry. Gonna back up here to page 2. So just going through the checklist items. So there was no soils map, but it was indicated as provided on the checklist. but then,
I do show soil lines in the soils, but
it's not a
I
separate.
didn't submit the soil report.
Was that just for the test?
The soil-
septic
The test pit
pits?
data here, but
Yeah,
You got test pits on lots 1 and 2. You didn't need it for 3 because it's got an approved septic, recently approved septic.
okay.
The existing house, we did a test pit because we don't know what there is there for septic.
Okay.
State's gonna require that anyway.
All right. So you don't have a separate soils map.
Not a separate soils map. It's shown both on the subdivision plan and the topo with the soil designations, numbers.
So that would require a waiver, right? Jessica,
I mean, technically it could, but it is indicated on the topo and the regular subdivision plan, which you guys have seen that several times.
many times.
This is just that's a major subdivision requirement.
The only reason why I brought it up is because it's indicated as
It's a
submitted.
separate
Right,
map.
that's all. And it's fine if it's not.
Okay. So utilities plan, we talked about that can be incorporated and I think
Into
that,
these two, yes.
yeah.
fire protection plan map.
What's that?
So you just
The
said there was a dry hydrant
No,
nearby?
no. The town,
There's a fire station.
the town embarked on, they went back around 8 years or so and identified all throughout town
The,
areas that a dry hydrant would work. Okay? And so that's the plan they're gonna use. And people have given, $400 or $500 to the fund to go put in
Oh, that's where it
dry
was.
hydrants. The major gist of that was not for this area here, it was for South Alton. South Alton suffers for water down there, and that's why this was even talked about. So, but that's why the town bought a 2,500 gallon tanker to bring it to the scene when they have it.
So I don't know if you saw this from Jessica.
The aquifer?
Yeah, well,
I show the aquifer line on the overall plan.
yeah, but this, the other thing is it shows a drafting point for water that could be considered your fire protection
Yeah,
plan
it's on
map.
page 6. It comes from the Alton Water Resource Plan from the fire department.
That was done in conjunction with the state.
Yeah, you would well know.
Is that what
I
those
would- I was the one that
numbers are?
Instituted it.
Yeah.
Say that again?
What does this plan show?
So
It shows,
the full
So you
color
might not have
version's
a-
much better. There's a little star and that is a location for a drafting point for fire protection.
so in the regulations, the planning board has the ability
in
or
that
the
packet.
authority to waive
Okay,
any
okay.
fire protection if they can prove that there is there's local access to water in order for firefighting to take place.
Basically across the street.
So
I mean,
it's on
anything we can
page
do to
6.
improve water source,
Right there.
it's gonna be a plus. And a dry hydrant is not it's Schedule 80 pipe, usually 6 or 8 inches. You have a basket strainer out on the end of it, supported in midair so it doesn't pick up silt and what have you.
Yeah.
Because when you're pulling 1,500 gallons a minute through it, there's quite a venturi that pulls in. It's got to be down so far. And then you have the fire department connection right on it, so they can put the pumper truck right to it.
Yep.
And they don't rust out now that this made out of Schedule 80 pipe. PVC.
So we have a drainage plan map. Which, I mean, considering this is all existing road and access to the road. Not sure how critical that is. Erosion and sedimentation control map, plan.
Basically, no construction being done here other than house lots.
Yeah. And that would go as well with stormwater management plan.
So we can just change those to NA.
Yeah.
That would be in the next application, put in name. And not as request as a waiver.
Right, so at the end of a design review, I usually do up a letter. And I'll send you a letter, sort of the things that were discussed and need to be addressed for the next meeting.
So soils report waiver requested for that.
I can submit that with the next application.
Okay. And then road and driveway profiles, cross sections, waiver request. Driveway site distance analysis, yes. Checklist indicates provided, but an analysis was submitted. Wait a minute. Checklist indicates it was provided, but analysis was submitted. Was submitted or was not?
Probably the
submitted?
easiest way to do is apply for driveway permits and get the driveway
Plan
permit.
notes that
As you
the
see,
size of
you see in the calculations up here,
Yeah,
I show that the site distances.
site analysis. Okay.
Oh, site distance, I got you, okay. Yeah. Regional impact analysis not applicable, future development, no. Project narrative, yes. Departmental reports, yes. Additional information. Want to require traffic studies, fiscal impact studies. No, we won't do that. Okay. So, and then in the plan review, you'd noted a number of minor corrections.
Yeah, we do not have to go over all of these.
No, we won't. Okay. Do we, I mean, I don't see any snafus in this. Does anybody else? I mean,
So, Mr. Chairman, the project narrative should indicate if there's any future development of that parent lot. And you especially want to take into consideration building out back because it lies over an aquifer.
Do what?
So lot 6, that.
Yeah,
parent lot-
that he'll be building outside of that aquifer.
Yeah, so that's what I'm just saying. So just note in the project narrative, the future development.
board have any other comments or comments? So anybody from public want to come on up? So you have to, if you can grab a seat and just announce your name into the microphone.
I'm Sandy Wyatt. I'm on a butter. And I have, you folks have your map in front of you. So I did go down and look at the maps. And I know that there's some things that I wanted to tell you about it.
Sandy, would you like one of these maps to look at if you need it?
I think it's in my head.
Well, I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a copy here too. Somewhere.
Because Roger and I can share if we need to. Yeah, Paul, just pass that. Okay, you got it. Got it.
If I start on plot 3, where it says the existing trailer, more than
Okay, give
50
her
years
this
ago, a white trailer was put in there, and that was there until about 4 years ago, when Mr. Kierstead removed that trailer and brought in a brown trailer, which is the 14x70 that you folks have been talking about. I know that there's no permit for that because I looked in the folder. There's no permit for anything. They widened that driveway, took out the culvert. This is on lot 3, took out the culvert. Well, the next rainstorm, lo and behold, there was a reason for having the culvert. Because the name of the farm at one time was Seven Springs Farm. There's water everywhere there. So in lot 3, they took out the existing trailer, brought in another trailer and put it there. And people lived in it for a couple of years. And then lo and behold, another place was put in behind it, a double wide with no permits again. There's no permits. There are no permits in that folder. I looked at the folder. There's a permit for the garage built in 1977 at the farmhouse and another one built after the snow took it down by Mr. Doherty.
Septic systems.
So there's nothing.
Septic system would be
There's
here.
also on that lot 3, it says existing septic. There's no permit for that. And that is not where the septic was for the original trailer. I know where the septic was and it wasn't there. So I don't know where that septic came from. Also, as you're looking at it, there's 2 wells. I don't know where that second well came in because there's one well and all that well is a well tile over a spring, and it fed the farmhouse and it fed the original trailer. So there's no permit for a second well. They widened the driveway, covered up some springs, because if you look at the driveway on the left-hand side, springs came right down there. That's why they went underneath the culvert and went down across. There's water everywhere up there. So now if we switch over to plot number 1, on last Thursday, suddenly that brown trailer was dragged up the road and put in there. On Friday, the 10th of June and the 11th of June on Saturday, he did a lot of site work there, widened what was, I call a 2-track. 2 tire tracks with grass in the middle that was maybe 10 feet long. He widened that to the point where it's got to be at least 30 feet wide. And he made it so that there was a good swing to bring in that other trailer, and he flattened down all of that area in one, which is directly across the street from my house. So now trailer number brown, which is not the original existing trailer, is now across the street from my house on 1. And in looking at it, it doesn't look, I don't know, there's stuff hanging out of the bottom, there's marks in the back of it. I don't know how safe that trailer is, but there it is. It was dragged up there by an excavator up the road. Also on 1, there's all wetlands back there. And on this plot here, it shows poorly drained, and it says proposed well right in the middle of the water and the poorly drained. I don't understand that. How can that be? That water starts there, goes all the way down across behind the farmhouse, goes down, comes down the driveway at the plot 3, goes across 4, goes around behind Stevens's house, goes underneath the road, goes over to Watson Brook, and then goes out to Loon Cove and Winnipesaukee. On number 2, which is directly behind the farmhouse, excuse me, I have to get a drink of water. So anyhow, that water goes right into Winnipesaukee from Watson Brook. So behind the farmhouse, there was a pond. I don't know whether that's still there or not. That was dug because of all of the wetlands. Now, if we go down to down to 4, there was a pond there too. I don't know if that's still there. I do know that there's some sort of a shed that's been there a couple of months and now there's a camper there.
That's gotta be full.
I think this is gonna.
And I just, and I did hear mention of a snowmobile trail on lot 4. That was all snowmobile trails. But I know that we have heard equipment moving stuff for the last couple of years. So whatever roads are up there have been put in. And like I said, there are no permits for anything on that whole 50 acres. So the snowmobile trail, I don't know, we've always allowed them to come across onto our side and have snowmobile trails. Another thing is that in the past, all of plot 1 and all of 2 behind the farmhouse was a major auto junkyard. All the way to, I think it's Cedar Mountain. I think it's Cedar that is there, all the way back. And I can tell you that it was there in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. In 1974, 400 cars went to the crusher. And the crusher does not take gas tanks or tires. Just saying. So you guys can figure out where those tires and gas tanks are. I wondered, where are you talking about this dry hydrant that you talked about?
I didn't mention any location. I just mentioned if there's an area of wet, it would behoove to maybe excavate and make a pond there, you know, for the purpose of water for the farm. But I did not,
Okay.
I don't have an area in mind at
I mean,
all.
that was the first.
The one that's marked is out by the end of Jesus Valley at Route 11. The one that Jessica has made that map from.
Right.
It's out,
That's out by Route 11.
is it out by Rubens?
Out
by
past,
Route 11.
about past Rubens, towards Route
Because
11,
Ruben owns 211.
right?
And I think he owns on both sides because he owns the red house.
He doesn't
just
own
Right.
the water.
possible
He doesn't own the
spot
water.
for-
It's a possible spot, right? Nothing is, none of these locations have been approved by anybody. Just the state went around with us and we identified areas that would support a dry hydrant. That's the basic thing that we did.
Because I know in the summertime, Watson Brook
Fine.
is pretty much dry. But in the spring, it's like.
Great brookies when I was a kid there.
So, you know, being in a butter and growing up in that area, I have a little bit of history on everything that goes on there. And so it kind of seems to me that you folks are here to make sure that you follow the rules and people have permits to do things. They don't just come in with their equipment and do whatever they want to. So that has me a bit upset. I'm just saying, and you don't go in hindsight. You know, we all know what happened with the Marriott brothers up in Center Harbor.
Don't know.
Well, they did what they wanted to. They couldn't get permits, so they did what they wanted to, figured they'd pay the fine. And
The
judge
largest
said, "Never mind,
wetlands
put it back to what it
violation
was."
fine ever assessed in the state of New Hampshire.
So, I mean, do you folks have any questions about everything that I just said? And I think that Ms. Call can say that there are no permits for anything.
Well, I don't have any questions. I just really have a statement that I'm gonna say 80% of what you spoke of is the building department. Has nothing to do with us. I mean.
I
we-
tried that already.
Mr.
Well-
Chair, can I clarify something too?
Yes,
So, yes, I will agree that I told you that there are no permits in the building file, but that doesn't mean that permits don't exist. Weren't found in the building file.
Oh, where would they be?
I don't know.
There-
So, yes.
there was
I
a period of
agree
time
I
that the
did
record
state
keeping
that.
wasn't the best
Correct.
in the town of Alton.
A lot of things were thrown out.
And
In the last couple of years?
No, not in the last
I
couple
don't
of
know,
years.
I mean,
decade.
because I believe that this wasn't owned by Mr. Kirstead until 2014.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I believe he bought the property in 2014 from Mr. Doherty.
There wouldn't have been there was an existing building there, or you built it in 2014?
No, the only building that was there was the farmhouse.
Yeah, yeah.
And
the-
a
the
trailer.
White trailer. The white trailer that's long gone. So shouldn't there be permits for making the driveway on one, for increasing the size of the driveway on three, for having I mean, if the septic is there, good luck. All right, I can tell you where the septic is for the farmhouse. But the septic, they say existing trailer and septic and everything. Existing septic, when did that get put in? And you can see there's two
It's gotta-
places for a well, and there should only be one.
But that, on that existing septic that you have identified up there by the trailer.
State approved.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like it's got a state approval number
It does.
right under it.
So wouldn't there be a permit in the town for that?
Well, there should be one maintained here at the town, but the state would definitely have the permit.
That's for the septic, not the building.
Right.
Right,
Yeah,
septic
for the
only.
septic.
But where there was an existing trailer, I'm not sure you need another permit
Let me-
in order to replace it.
Let me clarify what she had to say. So when we bought it, there was a trailer, a white trailer on site. It was in extreme disrepair. And we spoke to John about replacing that trailer with the brown trailer, and the idea that that was going to be temporary, couple years, and then we would develop the site for the double wide, which exists behind now. And that is, I assume, fully building permitted and septic, and everything's completely legal. All this has been done with full understanding with John. The reason I actually moved the brown trailer ahead of time, I've explained this to Jessica, it wasn't an intent to have an issue like I've created here, but the intent was we had another trailer, we moved at the same time with a company out of Winchester and Hinsdale, and we got a better deal doing two at once. So we just moved the trailer, and fortunately they wouldn't move it because the driveway was not wide enough. So they prepped it for us. How that trailer, which is the one we replaced, John was fully aware that that was eventually going to be moved to the site on one. I just jumped the gun and moved it ahead of time. And in regards to the culvert, yeah, the first time we put it in there, we widened it so we could get the trailer in, then we cleaned it back out, and I did that again. We widened the driveway to get the trailer out, and then we've dug it. We just had the rainstorm, we dug it out, and the culvert's fully functional and back to where it's supposed to be. There wasn't any filling of wetlands in terms of widening the driveways, but the trailer now sits on lot one. It's just sitting in preparation for approvals, and then I will go through obviously the building permit process for septic, the pad, and everything else, but it was just moved up there. Yeah, and I did in fact widen what I considered an existing driveway. There was a pole and a cable across it. So it was a point of access onto the property. I widened it to get the trailer on. I didn't do any site work. There was site work done previously to do the test pit. I took a bunch of trees down. We did the test pit. I prepared and cleaned out. And then I just widened it extensively to get the trailer in. It will be, once I get the permit, it'll be set back to a normal driveway width and set up normally. I do have a question for Sandy though. Who owned the junkyard,
Leo McDonald,
and was he a relation to you?
Yep.
And what was the relationship?
my father.
It was your father. So she's pointing out the fact that there was cars and potential tanks and tires, and that was her father. I would like to point out I've made extensive work on the property. Doherty took out 900 tires. I've taken out over 300 tires, and they continue to remove tires. I've dug up garbage dumps in the backyard, and we are cleaning up the back of the property. I find I've taken probably several dumpster loads of steel as I scrap. So I've cleaned up a lot of steel in the woods. I have plans to continually clean up the property. So it's actually ironic that she's pointing out that there's possible contamination, and it was her father that's done that. I'm actually making efforts to clean up the property and make it better. So
He's been dead for 30 years.
it's
and I
irrelevant.
never owned it, so.
It's irrelevant. You know, you're pointing out the potential contamination, and your father did it. So
And-
I'm
Okay.
cleaning that up.
All right,
Talk-
so I
talk to the
think that
chairman.
we gotta
Yes.
reel this in a little bit here.
The wetlands were delineated by a certified wetland scientist, which I went out and located. The proposed well on lot one, you'll see is 25 feet from the wetlands. I show two setbacks, a 25-foot setback, which is your buffer zone, and a 50-foot setback, which is the septic setback. There's two lines, two red lines.
Okay, so that's what that additional red line was. That was one of my questions on that. Hadn't gotten to that yet. Okay, thank you.
Why is there a circle around the proposed?
That's a
well?
protective well radius.
75 feet.
Yeah. And
As
there was
as
a-
far as the
there's a
two
test pit.
existing wells, we do have easements drawn up, but the state has gone to the point where they do not want well releases anymore. They want well easements if if those radiuses go over. So I will be showing 2 proposed wells on each of those lots, which the radiuses will be completely on the lots. Now, because those are existing wells, they don't have to stop using them. But for the state, I just have to show 2 proposed wells with the radiuses on the lots. And this is a double protection. We got the easements also.
The test pit is, Sandy, is the circle with the 2 sides blackened in it. You can see in the 4K area, there's a little circle right there, TP right there. Those are the test pits. And you'll see them around wherever they dug them.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Oh, yeah, that says TP.
Yeah.
That's where the septic system will be?
Yep, and one of them shows a 24-inch seasonal high water table, which is kind of average, and the other one 36. That's pretty darn good.
Been several test pits this year, and they've all been 2-foot water tables.
Yeah, 2 foot is kind of the norm.
Unless you're in downtown where there is no water table.
Right.
So I guess I'm hearing that even though I thought that there were no permits for anything, there were permits for everything?
We don't know that for a fact. So, I mean, we can certainly, ask John to do a little research on it, the code official. But certainly anything moving forward is going to require permits. So,
Well, I came down and I talked to John on Monday because of all of the site work that was being done across the street from my house on 1. So I came down on Monday and he said he didn't know when he had talked with you about stuff, but he didn't have any plans. An hour and a half later, I got a thing from the post office saying that there was a letter for me and it was a letter about this meeting. So on Tuesday, I was back down again to talk to John. And that's when I first had a chance to look at the maps. And then Wednesday, nothing happened, I guess. And Thursday, here comes the trailer up the road and ends up across the street from my house.
yeah, that is an issue for John.
Yeah,
So,
but he told me that, oh, it's there now, too bad for you. So I don't get it. I don't understand why I'm finding out after the fact. And, this is the first meeting that I know of. Maybe you folks all knew this was happening, but I sure didn't.
Well, the trailer's not being lived in. It's not being, is it? It's not hooked up to septic. It's not hooked up.
It's
just
got
parked.
wheels, it's got wheels
It's
and a handle.
movable.
It has nothing to do with the process. It's like a car.
So
Might as well be a car.
technically, it's personal property at this point in time until it gets mounted to the slab. Then it becomes real property.
That's when it will need a permit.
But it went
It doesn't
into
matter.
lot 3 without any kind of a permit.
It
And they
didn't
moved it
need
in
a
there
permit.
Yeah.
themselves.
Well,
It didn't need one.
the only thing we can say on the septic up on lot 3 is there is a state approval there. So that's legit.
So that's good, but it shouldn't it be?
Well, the
in
town,
the
let's put it
town?
this way, where we have the
Town
number
does
here,
have a copy.
the town can pull that right from the state records if John, Paul has it.
Got to be a copy.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking there were no permits. I didn't know you had permits. So I'm here thinking all of this stuff has been done under the table.
It's hard to do things under the table these days.
I'm out in the woods. Yeah, and we live out in the woods. It's a dirt road, it's a dead end road. And luckily they stopped the people from climbing Mount Major over there because that was god awful.
right. Anything else? Appreciate you coming and hopefully we've,
Yeah, it's just that, next week I could find out that there's 10 people living in that trailer, but
Well, if you see 10 people in there,
Yeah,
call
they can
John.
report it, but-
Yeah, you report it.
I tried
That's,
calling John when it was coming up the street, but he had the day off.
yeah, but
There's nothing he could have done.
there's nothing, it's like I just said, at this point in time, it's referred to as personal property. It's on wheels. it's not real property until it gets affixed to the lot.
And shouldn't somebody look at it and make sure that it's.
That would be,
That would be
Well,
John.
you know, but the thing about it is if it has the stamp in one of the kitchen cabinets, that's a third-party inspection, because that's what mobile homes, modular homes, they all have that third-party inspector. John's hands are tied.
Okay.
He has no jurisdiction over those. I mean, he can have jurisdiction of other stuff like the foundation it sits on, but the unit itself,
Well,
his hands are
Just
tied.
to be clear, though, that's for a brand new unit. So
Oh.
now that the unit's been relocated, John will take a look at it and make sure, that it is sound and it has to
I
meet.
don't know the age of this. I
What-
have no idea what the age is of the.
Yeah, I mean, all it
Should
has to
say
do is
that in
meet
the
whatever
third-party
the,
inspection when it was done.
Registration.
It's in the stamp and the sticker in one of the
Right.
cabinets.
right, it has to meet those requirements at the time that it was manufactured.
mine's in the
So-
closet.
Just
That's
like building a new house is, meets today's codes, but not necessarily 10 years
It's
from now.
way over the
Yeah.
range.
No.
No, we're out there in the woods. We only have a few of us.
That's why I
that
said he was in the cabinet
so
over the range.
this is Better than I thought.
I put the cabinets in.
You did. Oh, yeah,
All
that's
right.
right. I know I did. Yeah. but
Anybody else from the
it wasn't in the
public?
Cabinet.
No? All right. All right. Well, I think you guys have your direction to go. Excellent. All right. Thank you.
So Paul, I'll follow up with a letter indicating that the design review phase is.
So we can
ended.
apply for this for final right away.
Yeah, get that ZBA approval.
Thank you.
Good evening.
All right, so next case, P 2221, North Point Engineering LLC, agent for Graylight Realty, conceptual. And this is extend the existing restaurant to accommodate an on-site brewery facility and a new building entrance.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself because I have prejudged the engineering firm.
Okay,
So I'm out.
all right. Go have a seat in the audience, Scott.
I was thinking my truck.
You're not getting off that.
Go try Roger's truck out.
Yeah, it'd be probably a little more fun.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Kevin Leonard from North Point Engineering. I am here with Paul Kelly, who's the owner of Kelson Brewing, and Anthony Mento from SMP Architecture. We are looking at the property at 1602 Mount Major Highway, which I believe you guys received the septic plan, which is on file in the building file, 1981 septic plan. A conceptual from SMP showing the proposed addition in the orange and brown on the plan. And a current existing conditions plan that was prepared by Promised Land Survey. So the property is 2.22 acres. It's been used as a restaurant sort of historically through time, as I understand it. Recently, it was Graylight Realty came into the planning board, I think in 2018. And was proposing to do a bunch of renovations. We did the whole kitchen and I think was talking about adding a deck to the back of the property. It did a bunch of that work and then COVID hit. And basically my understanding is the restaurant really never got up and running without COVID sort of impacting it. So it's been sitting vacant, unused, and for sale, at least in recent history. Paul Kelly's has an existing brewery. I don't know, maybe, Paul, you want to talk a little about your brewery, just to kind of the background of it?
Yeah, so we've been, I'm Paul Kelly, Kelson Brewing Company. We've been open since 2014, March of 2014. So we've been existing for 8.5 years. We're on the smaller side of breweries. We don't plan to grow production size, but we produce about, call it 25 to 30,000 gallons a year total, which is just shy of 1,000 gallons. 1,000 barrels per year on the brewery side, which is it was on the small side. We have to relocate from Derry, New Hampshire, which is where we're at now. We're being eminent domain. I guess the state DOT took over our building, and they're putting in a new exit off the highway. So we've been looking to relocate, and it's been a couple of years coming, but we've been looking around and really liked the area and found an opportunity up here with the restaurant that was open. And so we're looking to possibly build the brewery adjacent to it on the property.
So I should have mentioned the property is in the Lakeshore residential zone. So it's a pre-existing non-conforming use. A restaurant in that zone is not an allowed use. So we realized that an expansion will require a special exception from the zoning board of adjustment, which we're planning to submit forward probably in July and hit an August meeting. We felt like coming to the board and just sort of showing you what we're thinking and getting any feedback you might have made sense as we move forward. We did bring renderings of the building, which Anthony could speak to if you guys are interested in looking at that. Is that something we can?
Say that again?
Renderings of the building and the floor plan. Are you interested in seeing that?
Yeah, certainly renderings, I think we'd like to take a look at.
Okay.
The building being changed.
Look at the proposed addition, which is why we need the zoning board.
So any of you are familiar with the existing building that's on Route 11, building that has the stone stair front facade. This is the existing floor plan for the building. The building is got 3 floors, including a basement, roughly 7,000 square feet total. The proposal, we've looked at various locations for the brewery building. This is the existing. We looked at putting a single building in this vicinity off the old existing driveway from the hotel that was there. We also looked at building an addition off the back of the existing building, which would be just a lower level addition with a patio rooftop. But we were concerned about those options because of the impact to the abutters and the neighbors and the amount of traffic that would impose. The third option was to build on the west side of the building on Route 11 that would create a new entry, a connector building, an ADA access. So we further developed that idea with owner input. And so what we have is kind of a connector building, and then this is the main brewery building. The connector would be an entrance, include an ADA accessible sloping walkway up to the higher level that it would be level with the existing main level of the restaurant that exists, and then the brewery, which would be all the production. Conceptually, what we're looking at is trying to revision what the existing building has historically looked like by creating a new modern facade that speaks to the actual owner's intent, which is a kind of a modern appearance of a brewery building. Here's the connector with the brew house beyond the windows. Access and deliveries Kevin can speak to, but we would utilize this area of the existing parking, and the building is caulked in such a way that it would screen all of the deliveries and the product that has to come. So, single-story addition connected to the existing multi-story building. with ADA accessibility, sort of a modern approach to what a modern brewery does today. Our conceptual idea, and we're working with the local construction manager, Meridian Construction, who has a lot of experience locally, and trying to help Paul visualize his dream of relocating to the. Anybody has any questions about the plan, I'm happy to answer them.
Deliveries, would that be just during the days?
Yes, deliveries would just be during the days.
So it wouldn't be at night?
Nope.
Late nights?
No.
Okay.
We asked that as well, and quantity and truck size, we were concerned with. Access onto the site and into the parking region, and then how large the overhead doors needed to be. And it seemed as if there's small box trucks twice a week, I heard.
Yeah, so if on the product of the beer side of it, we have deliveries once to twice a week, and then pickups from distributors once every 2 weeks. We don't produce a lot for out in the public. Most of it's in-house.
You said they're backing into the garage?
So these are overhead doors, but the vehicles would, definitely, we're visualizing, vehicles would,
They'd come in the end.
they come in the end.
They come in the idea is that they would have to back in there basically, and then they'd use a forklift, right? You have a
Yeah, we have a
forklift, or a
forklift.
small forklift to basically offload stuff out of the truck and bring it into the building.
That's what we do now.
So the restaurant will still be in operation?
Yep.
So how does the restaurant get serviced now?
From the basement.
From in behind?
Yeah, they came in here and then they loaded and unloaded in lower level visit. So what we were considering was to utilize this as the main entry for all of the delivery services. This be the main entry for the whole, and it all be an accessible entry. What's currently here, if anybody has driven by or seen or visited the restaurant, there's a exterior wood ramp that's outside the building, gain access to that existing double door, because this floor is above grade by just under 3 feet. That's the reason for us making up that distance inside.
So this building, the restaurant's actually going to be serviced by the other end there of the new building of the brewery.
It'll likely be both, because the kitchen is here and all of the deliveries and the refrigeration in the basement. So I think some of the kitchen stuff will still be accessed from below, and most of its brewery and store merchandising will all be from the vicinity.
So the main public entrance will be this in the blue area at the front, right there, right? Yeah. And you have a little merchandising area, so as people can pick up like beer to go or t-shirts and stuff like that, right?
Yep.
What about parking? It doesn't seem like there's enough parking out front there to accommodate all this.
Well, the parking on this site is a little wonky in the first place, to be honest
Yeah.
with you. And we did some research with DOT, and when the current owner, apparently the current owner paved that front upper parking lot over here without a permit. All this area, and DOT drove by and said, "Oh, that's an issue. You can't just be doing that. You need to get a permit." And there was the start of a negotiation between the district and the owner to secure a driveway permit, which apparently the site doesn't have because it sort of predates driveway permits. And DOT is particularly concerned with a big curb cut along the road there, and basically people can pull in and out everywhere, and site distance is not great because you've got a couple curves in both directions. And so they requested that a fence be installed, which has been installed. Shows up on the survey. It's right in here. This is actually all paved, but there is a wall, there is a fence line, split rail fence installed there. I think that it makes more sense to, and they've set it up for one-way circulation also. So the middle entrance is the in only, and the egress from the front of the property is right here. So people are coming in here and out there. The site distance is best here. That's what DOT had determined, looking in both directions. I think that this entrance maybe want to move up to the end in only. So then there's one-way circulation all the way through here. Because right now people got to come in here, try to navigate up here to park between the edge of the parking lot and the fence, and then turn around to get out one way going this way. It seems like it's not going to function very well. Whereas if there was an entrance only here and you cycled all the way through, and these were all maybe split angle parking, you'd be able to kind of park, pull out, and funnel through.
So just so, I'm sorry, but I couldn't quite see where you were pointing, but are you saying that the entrance would be at off of Smith Point Road, or are you saying off of
Route 11?
Okay, okay.
That's my preliminary idea. We need to connect with DOT to sort of further that along, but we plan to get a new driveway permit as part of the project, and we're going to try to improve access and parking. And the addition is on the existing gravel parking lot. Now there is, if you look on the survey plan that was provided, Anthony mentioned that there's an existing ADA ramp here. And so this parking is sort of a weird shape, and you can only get so many spaces in that gravel lot. The addition is going to go there, which is going to end up losing spaces when you do that. So we're probably going to have to add spaces ultimately, probably off the lower lot, and make that lower lot parking on both sides is what I'm visualizing. We haven't gotten as so far as to draw that up yet, but
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of your biggest hurdles. So you're expanding the use of the space. So you've got a restaurant with an occupancy load, and now you've got this other kind of retail space going on as well, that is taking up parking, when really you need to add more parking. So it's gonna be a challenge.
Yep.
Excuse me.
And when you say lower parking lot, is that where the trucks were making the delivery?
there's parking right here now. And so, and trucks are making deliveries there also.
Yeah.
Well, I guess everything kind of needs to be delineated on a print that shows adequate parking, adequate travel for trucks.
Right. And all of that is defined by the seating capacity in.
Yeah, your ordinance requires a parking space for every 3 seats. The property has, the 81 septic shows 102 seats. So that's 34 spaces. If you apply the current parking requirements, you know, and it's debatable whether there's that many seats there, that many parking spaces there now. And sort of it's like a grandfather condition. Obviously, when we're doing improvements, we're going to have to try to meet the standard.
Yeah. Now, the brewery itself is purely a production. There's no, I mean, that's not like a, you know, come on in and have a beer or two while, you know, and sit at a booth or.
Right, no, it's
So
purely
that will be
production.
occurring in the restaurant portion of it, that they'll be able to enjoy your brews.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that blue section that we're seeing on that is retail, as well as the kind of the entryway through is
It's
merchandising.
merchandising. It is the entry along that sloping walkway, the ADA access. We've got, you know, barred light windows to see into the brewery. Everybody likes to look at the stainless steel tanks. We have some additional seating along the existing bar. There's already a bar along that exterior wall. So we were thinking about just punching holes through the wall and having another bar. So some additional seats, but the majority of it is merchandising.
So we're the way out and what exactly we can propose for use is one, limited by getting the special exception from ZBA, and two, we got to navigate parking, septic, and the well.
Yeah, and the lighting as well. You want to look into that very carefully, and we're, you know, 3,000 Kelvin.
conversation you've had before.
Yeah, once or 4 times. Yeah, I think, you know, your state access, your parking, these are all going to be big hurdles to overcome.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Did you guys talk to John about the retail store use? Is that as an accessory to the
Maybe not.
restaurant? Because I don't think we talked about that.
May
at
not
the-
have. That was something that came
sidewalk,
up
was
kind of
that
between now
something-
and then.
Okay, because I was just,
It's, you know, I think the intent is it's like take and take out food. You take and take out beer. Well, I'm serious.
One for the road?
yeah,
No, you're like taking it home. You know what I mean? I'm not, I mean, we should talk to John about it. I agree with
I
you.
think so, because retail use is not allowed in the Lakeshore residential.
Okay.
So I don't
And
know
and
if
it's a
that's
different,
gonna
it's an added
become-
use is what you're saying.
Yeah, so
Right,
there may be
right.
how you define it, how you
So,
present it.
yeah,
so.
so I definitely would chat with him
Okay.
as to, you know, how
That's
he
good advice.
interprets this retail store use
When we,
and the takeout.
when we met on site, we were focused on where could the brewery building addition be located?
Yep.
And walked around it, looking at it that, but then as we started thinking about how are we gonna work on the west side of the building and connect it to the existing building, the structure is so unique in its shape and form and the additions that have occurred to it, that having this connector be a low-level element connected to the brewery building would then function as a retail component, and that's when it came up.
Yep,
So,
I think it's a great idea.
yeah. It's a logical idea, and it's
Yeah.
not ours. It's just one that's been used successfully at numerous places, so it's just, thank you
Okay.
for mentioning it, though.
Yeah, just double check on that.
And currently, like as of the way it works today is people come up to order food. We can also hand them a 4-pack of beer. Right, but the idea was that people can come in and they don't actually have to go inside the restaurant to the bar and bother the patrons. They can just go to the cooler, grab the 4-pack of beer and walk out the door.
In a
That was
t-shirt.
The idea, in a t-shirt. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments from the board?
The only other quick question I had was the previous owner came to the board and talked about the addition of a deck, which isn't in the current proposal necessarily, but it was something we had, maybe long-term you think might be interested in.
Yeah.
Would the deck, it was unclear to me whether the deck idea triggers site plan or not.
It did.
It did. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, you mentioned in your file review that for some reason the tax assessor has eliminated the apartment which exists on the 3rd floor.
Yep.
Which is curious. It seems like we should, when he owns the property, would probably work to get that corrected because it's there.
I would advise that, you know,
Yeah,
you would correct that.
yeah.
I don't know why there's no notes in the assessing file. It's just one tax card, you know, from when
Gray light.
Gray Light came in
Yeah,
to now. It was there, now it's not.
it's bizarre. Okay,
No notes as to why. Just
Okay.
something I picked up on.
Anything else?
no,
Any comments from the public? Yes.
Scott Williams. I have a lot of interaction with this property. I've plowed it for over 30 years, but you can see with the motel here, there was another one right up in here as well. There are 2 motel buildings. This one right here, the fire department burnt down around 1990. The leach field is out here in this green space. And for the holidays, when New Year's Eve, when they were busy, we used to plow this whole area out here up to where the leach field was. And so they could have overflow parking. This driveway here is shared by the restaurant. This used to be the Gurney property. And that's there, you can see the leach field right here. And you're gonna find some stuff when you dig over here, that's what I'm telling you. A lot of stuff. So the burn building was picked up, but all the concrete remained.
Was there a hotel to the left, to the west
I
of
don't
the?
believe so. Sandy, you might know to the left. I don't think so.
Something on the
There might
print
have been a
here.
cottage there at one point, because I think the cottage that was moved down back, that
Shows
first
up on the-
Gurney used, was up here.
It shows it on the 81 plan.
Okay.
Put this back. Shows it right there.
Yeah, and then it just, they slid it down the hill.
Okay.
That's just below it now.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I mean, there was quite a happening place there back in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, currently we open till 8 o'clock every night, and then on Friday, Saturdays, we close at 10. Currently, we had really no plans. We had no really plans of changing that out, those hours. Year round, but I guess we'll have to see if people show up and
See how that
goes.
Amazing business.
Yeah.
So they just never changed the scale, and that's
Yeah.
what happened with them. And plus they got older. Yeah, it's a great plan, a great idea.
That's what we've heard from other locals and other individuals that are even in that vicinity of the neighbor, and encourage Paul to continue pushing. So that's why we're on board. We like his beer.
Well, I think most people just want to see the restaurant open.
Sure, yeah.
The beer is secondary.
That's all the better.
Especially with the campground right down the street.
Right.
They would love to have that restaurant open.
Yep.
So
Excuse me, Kevin,
And the beer pot.
would you be able to provide a copy, a smaller copy of that, the building
Of course.
layout,
Yep.
then I can put it in the file?
Yep.
And this doesn't go as far.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah. attorneys are all gone.
No, it's not. He's still there.
It's still there.
Chris is still in that same trailer. He's been in since the
He
70s.
should be there, yeah. When they slid it down the hill, that he's been there since then.
In the trailer?
No.
Oh, he's in the
That's Mark Bachelor.
Yeah, oh, boy. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. All right, anybody else have anything? Getting late, way past my bedtime.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yep, very exciting.
Can we give it a-
Yes, but I.
Would
You
you
can
rather
just-
have paper or?
Want to just email me?
Yeah.
If you want, you can just
Okay,
email.
that's fine,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Thanks.
All right. Your old business. Right, Scott, you gonna rejoin us? All right,
I never made it to my truck.
good.
Told you to take.
So,
garages.
old business, alternative housing committee update.
Yes.
Do you want me to speak to that?
Yeah, I haven't been to an alternative
That's right,
housing.
you
I've
went
been to
there.
the other thing.
So Alternative Housing Committee, so we are currently working with Tara Bamford, who is our master plan consultant. I think we hashed out a pretty good outline of an ordinance for short-term rentals. So she's gonna work on updating the outline with all of our comments, and we're also going to start diving into the open space subdivision that we started
However we name
discussing-
that.
Yeah, that we started discussing last year. So there's a couple things that the committee's working on right now, and we're looking forward to sharing some information with you guys once we get some more stuff together.
I'm just curious. Tara, who's paying for her to work with the alternative housing committee?
So that was approved by the voters. There was a $5,000 warrant article for a planning and zoning consultant.
Oh, okay. It wasn't for the master plan.
No, that's a
completely
separate one.
Yep. Just happens to be the same
So
person.
that can be anything that comes about.
There were some specific things that were written into that warrant article for her to assist with. Like short-term rentals, open space subdivisions, and the cabin cottage colonies.
It's gonna be interesting to see how the short-term rentals boils out, because it's a very difficult thing to try to tackle. And
Tackle it. You had to come to the meeting.
I wasn't at that one.
Oh, wait.
I was, yeah, but I wasn't the alternative housing. I was
They're the same
that
one.
one. No, well,
All right, so next on
That's pretty
the,
much where
That's
we're
what we've
at.
been talking
all right,
about.
thanks.
Yeah.
So next on the agenda was the master plan update. Do we have Tara? Is she up this late on
I
Zoom screen?
certainly hope so.
Yeah, there she is.
There she
No
is.
lights on.
Listening.
Turn the light on, Tara.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
Hi, Tara.
Right, my lights are on. Something's wrong with your screen if you don't see that. But
All right, so you're gonna give us an update?
yeah, so this was great. I'm also gonna be on vacation next week, so I got all these piles on my desk cleaned up while you had your meeting, so. Thank you for the fourth time out here. So, so just kind of a reminder, the first phase of the master plan project was to develop vision and goals and priority issues based on the survey and other work that's been done in the town over the years. And that was chapters 1 and 2 that you guys had a look at early on. And then the current agreement, phase 2, was to work on natural and historic resources, to be primarily drafted by the committee, for me to put together land use for the committee to review. And we had several meetings to chew through that, and infrastructure, that the pieces were to come from the committee, and all of those with the recommendations to be in an action plan. And then the final step in that phase 2 is for the master plan committee to give you a draft that they've approved and recommended. I know that you've had it in your hands a couple meetings, but been really busy. So what I was hoping for just tonight was for those of you who've had a chance to browse through it, and in particular the long list of proposed zoning changes in the land use action plan, we'd all like to hear what your action is at this point. Are we on the right track? Rather than have the master plan committee hand you a product at the end of the project and have you all be horrified at all the zoning amendments that you're gonna need to pull through the process. So so it's, are we on the right track, and are you gonna be comfortable working through the zoning amendments that are in the plans? I think that's a really important check-in for us at this point.
I mean, I'll confess, I've only skimmed through the documents, and I apologize for that. There was nothing that jumped out radically to me as a concern, but I mean, obviously, these are all, as you are well aware, these are all, any of these zoning proposed changes are a long process, and it's not something that we tackle all at once, in other words. But there was nothing that jumped out at me. I don't know about the rest of the board. That I'm going silence, meaning no.
Yeah, because it's the thing is that there's a long list, but they're all about really central to the theme of adjusting the zoning districts, the zoning district boundaries, and the allowed uses so that they really fit the attributes the community values about each area of town, because they just aren't going to do that the way they're written right now.
Yeah. Nope, I agree.
Okay, can I ask a question? Does anybody have this in front of them other than Bill?
No.
No.
So
Russ, come up and take a seat and speak into the microphone, please.
The thing is that you should really look at, which would probably make a really big difference, is potential zoning, rezoning areas. And
Yes.
zoning districts, and where they are. So you really, that's the key there. If you,
And that's a
and I think
huge
you need
task.
to, in order to understand that, you need to look at the stuff we wrote and the action plan and see, see why it came out that way. And, we've done quite a bit of work on it. And to what Tara's saying, is if, we get to August and we're going to have a public meeting and the planning board's not on board with it, we got a problem. All right, so we gotta go now, really should know now, whether we're okay, it's a little tweak, it's going in the right direction. It's way she's got that zoning set up, it's just like clouds at this point, it's suggestions of where things might go.
Well, the last time we attempted, I don't know if you were on the board at that point, we got hammered.
Right.
I mean, eyes blackened the whole 9 yards. It
I
was,
think this is a little different
okay.
because as you know, we got over 800 respondents on the survey, which is more than people that vote in this town. So I think we're in a better place maybe with that.
Okay.
And if you look at the reasoning behind it, of the things that the people in town said they wanted to see, okay, this responds to that. The other big thing is the rural zone. You can do anything you want in the rural zone. It's all ease on the.
Willy-nilly.
It's all the whole use chart is all ease.
He's a special exception.
Yeah.
That means you can do it basically because you always get it.
Basically means you have to get a special
Right,
exception.
but it doesn't say no.
But it does.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So it does make it into better, it puts it in better categories instead of
Makes it
having
a
this,
little easier.
it's, yeah, a little wide open, So anyway, it really is worthwhile. I just urge you guys to look at
It
it.
sounds to me, Mr. Chairman, that we need to do a little reading, but I think that we need to meet with these people. So after we do our reading and we have the questions, we can understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
There.
and this,
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this was given to the board last month in May. And at the end of the meeting, it was another super late night. So you said all committee matters will be moved to this meeting. I
Yes.
specifically asked everybody to review. You have a whole month to review it. It's long, it's lengthy. Come prepared with questions and whatnot. And again, last week, I sent out another email reminder with the attachments. Here you go. Please be prepared. The committee has worked so many hours and worked really hard at this. And the longer we wait for you guys to address this, puts us back further and
Well,
further.
he just said he wanted us to be on board.
Right.
So anyway, if you can, as soon as possible, and maybe you need a workshop rather than.
Yeah, a
rather
workshop
than-
would be good because that way we can hash it out and
Rather
talk
than
about it.
Meetings are way too late.
Yeah,
Lately.
this is lately, the meetings have been going ridiculously late.
So we have our next master plan committee meeting on
First.
July
6th,
6th.
right? It's like, right, yeah,
Is it
it's
the
6th. I
Yeah.
just looked it up.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The key thing, the master plan committee is working toward handing it off to the planning board. But at that point, I'm done with my work and they're done through their budget. So the point of checking in with you now is to make sure we're on the right track before we dot the i's and cross the t's. And the guts of it, if you only took 5 minutes, the guts of it are in the action plan items 38 through 53. If you want to make note of that, to just take 5 minutes sometime soon, and that's where the zoning changes are listed, and they're pretty specific. I don't agree with you, Russ, that they're kind of mushy. We tried to be very specific in the action plan. And
What I was saying in that, Tara, is we haven't drawn hard lines on a map.
no, yeah, right, on the zoning districts, but the zoning changes are pretty, I like an action plan that you can sit down and have your marching orders, not that's mushy and just vague and nothing happens. So we've been pretty specific with Russ's encouragement. The committee's been pretty specific on strengthening some environmental protection with things like 100-foot shoreline buffer, strengthening stormwater protection, wetland and aquifer. But the bulk of the land use changes that the planning board would need to be the lead on. Again, our, in lines 38, 53 in the draft action plan that you have, that you've had for a while. So I'm not sure how we kind of quickly get either, a, oh my goodness, or a nod that we're on the right track. Is that for some planning board members to come to the master plan committee meeting? Is that what you were thinking, Jessica?
Could be.
I just threw that out there.
Yeah, because that wouldn't create another meeting,
Right?
right?
Probably a better idea.
Then if we say we invite these guys to our master plan meeting and we do that at what time? At 4 or 6 o'clock?
That one's at
6
6.
o'clock.
To 6 o'clock, yeah, on the 6th. And then we could go through and
Well, because not only is it like time, it's time, but it's also time with Tara and it's our budget. So we only have so much of that. to
Right,
go
and then we're gonna
around.
need
So we have to get it taken
another
care of.
budget, because when we do a zoning change, it's all gotta be done with meets and bounds off the deeds that are there. I mean, it is monumental.
Right.
Job.
Yeah, not necessarily. But you're leaping way ahead though.
What'd she say?
not necessarily right now. I don't think that's something we want to worry
It's on
about
the
at this
6th and
point.
6th.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be the deciding factor.
No, no,
We
no,
know
I'm not
this
making.
is long-term.
Yeah.
It's long-term, but like, again, like you can, it requires a special exemption, but it doesn't tell you no in the rural zone and
Right.
everybody. I mean, just drive around town and look at your rural zone. It clearly says that we don't know the word no in the rural zone, you know what I mean? So just little things like that, I'm just trying to clean up.
So anyway, maybe we try to shoot for the 6th of July and you guys come and we'll hash it all through.
Right, so Drew can't make it on Wednesdays.
Yeah, I can't do Wednesdays, but if the rest of the board can.
Well, if you want to, just have your input to it.
Yeah, I mean, I can shoot Jessica my comments and. No,
So like she said, the key thing is that action plan. So there's a whole write-up about, gives you all the background, right? And that helps you understand why we got to the items that are in the action plan. Okay, so it's a little table. And then from that, then it goes into what zoning changes would you make? Do that.
and action items 38 through 53 are the key ones.
That's what.
Yeah, and we're not, you don't need to spend time, wordsmithing at this point. We're just looking for a nod to whether we're going in the right direction.
All right,
Yeah, so
I
we're
have
not-
Tricia.
yeah.
Oh, she's done. She was making some copies of the action plan. That's fine.
I have these right in my truck.
More than anything else, the master plan is your strategic plan for the next 10 years. The
Yeah.
planning board, not anybody else's. It's owned by the planning board.
I'm sorry, say that again, Tara. I apologize.
That the master plan is really owned and driven by the planning board. So we want to make sure that you're comfortable with the direction we're going.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question? Do you still have this copy? From
Yes.
the last meeting, or do you need another one?
I have it, but I'd probably be easier to.
Okay, just because the reason why I'm asking, it's many pages, so that's why I was just. wanna
I'll
make
look and I'll
sure if
email you whether I had mine.
You
I know
guys
where
can
mine
just
should be. So.
make sure that you have this at home.
Yep.
If you do not, can you please let me know? And I will gladly make you another copy.
Let me take a picture of what the front of it looks like, so when I see it, I'll know I found it.
Oh, because it's in my briefcase in my truck.
Yeah, I might as well take a picture.
Text that to me.
Not smiling at
Okay. So
Still got that, yeah.
Tara, clearly the board was ill prepared and I apologize on behalf of the entire board. However, I also have in my hands here an amendment to our contract. And
Right, And that is to get it to the adoption and printing stage.
Right through printing.
Through printing phase.
Yep.
Okay. Um. Okay. Does not alter the actual approved dollars amounts. No, this is just simply the scope
Yes.
of,
No, it adds the $9,000 from your last town meeting.
Right.
Yes.
It adds money.
the 9,000 that we voted on, but this is defining that scope
Mhm.
within that 9,000, because I think that 9,000, didn't it already have a kind of an outline of what was?
It didn't, it got changed, so this is the amendment.
Yes, and so that's the
Just-
amendment of
Right,
that,
things weren't,
because you like
First
paper
line.
trails.
Yeah, well, there are people that watch, make sure the paper trail is correct. And we're told when it's not. Okay. Okay, and we're confident that brings us to the 40 spiral bound copies.
yep, and I provided you guys with a copy of a quote from Sherwin Dodge for the $955.92 for the 40 copies.
Okay. So if it's okay with the board, I will sign off on that.
So if the board can make a
Already
motion,
9,000 already approved to spend. It's just how to,
Yeah.
oh, yes.
can you please make a motion to
So-
approve the amendment number
Yeah,
2?
I'll make a motion to accept the amended version of
Proposal.
Tara's. No one.
Master plan update.
Plan
Okay,
update.
and to have Drew sign it.
Oh.
And have Drew sign it.
Thank you.
I second it.
Second.
All right, seconded by Lee. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. There we
Thank
go.
you.
Oh, it's got a nice big signing sticker on it too. All right, thank you.
Even though you were ill prepared for my
And the
specific
zoning was to
need
provide for
tonight, I
100
do
foot
appreciate the time you guys put in.
vegetated
here.
buffer.
So thank you.
Thank you.
We are meeting on July 6th.
Yeah.
This is page 2.
Here.
You're
Yep.
not gonna be here, but the
Here.
rest of us gonna be here.
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
Yep.
And that's
Thank
at
you,
6
Russ.
o'clock.
Thank you, Kelly.
thank you.
Thanks for staying all night.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, Tara.
I missed this.
Oh, you do?
Where are you gonna find that?
You
Night.
6 o'clock, Bill.
6, yeah. Yep.
I will send out an email reminder. And I'll make copies of the actual master plan, so you guys can look at that along with the action plan.
You emailed it to us, didn't you?
I did a couple times.
When do you usually have the plans ready by? Because I'm on the road, so I'm leaving at 6 in the morning, and I think the earliest I've been home is 7, 8, 9 o'clock.
So you're talking the master plan stuff?
Or for our
Master plans
packages.
or packages or anything. like that.
Ordinarily, on a good day, the packets are ready on Fridays, the Friday before a meeting by noon. That's the
Okay.
goal. Does that always take place? It doesn't,
Okay,
but that's
This
sort of
takes
the
reading.
that's
golden
usually
rule.
why I don't come in, because of my,
Unbelievable.
Okay.
I'm coming home, you know,
33,
7, 8, 9 o'clock.
But you
at
get
night.
email, right?
Speaking of,
Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
gotta
but
get
then I'd
to
have to
a hell of
print
a
it
lot
all
before
off.
that.
No,
Because
because you
33
could
is
actually
way back
read it
here.
right on the
And read it on the
computer, you know,
computer.
and I mean, that's what I do is I read, that's your computer.
Yeah.
I go cross-eyed.
Chapter.
Moving right along, sure, yeah. Well, I'm moving, Jessica. All right. CIP committee update.
The
Okay.
who?
CIP committee. So if you recall, at the last meeting, we had a visit by Loring Carr
Yep.
to inform us that we were not technically the CIP committee, that we were some volunteer group of public members. So the CIP committee did get created properly. A warrant article went out back in 1980, whatever it was.
Long time ago.
So, so the confusion lies in the RSA that he was quoting, which stated that it was the legislative body would have to appoint the Capital Improvement Program Committee, but that went into effect in 2002. So back in 1980, the legislative body voted on a warrant article to have the planning board create a capital improvement plan. And the planning board, as a body, can and does often create subcommittees,
Yeah, and I
Like-
think the
like the
state,
CIP committee.
how this originally boiled out with the CIP, I think the state assigned it to the planning boards to do. That's why it ended up in the planning boards. I
Yep.
think, can't tell you for sure,
So
but
our CIP committee is fine the way it sits. It's an actual committee. It's not a volunteer board of public members. So I just wanted to clarify that. We're just moving forward.
let Loring know.
Didn't the selectmen have to
Have all
make some
been.
sort of a motion and vote or something?
And that took place and things are clarified. So we're all
Yeah.
good to
Okay.
go.
So we're double.
True.
Yep.
That's the
Yeah,
end of the meeting.
10:30 is the deadline
It's-
though.
oh, it's- oh,
No
it's
new
10.
cases now. I've been up since 4 like him.
Oh, I'm not up at 4, but I was up
Um,
plenty early.
Today I was. All right, Zach committee update.
It's gonna take place at some point in time this year.
Yeah, that's the one I said I
That's
haven't
the
been to. I thought I said
Right.
Zach.
Approval of the minutes from our May 17, 2022 meeting. The novel.
I gave my opinion of minutes earlier.
27 pages, right?
All 27 pages.
All
Yep.
27
27.
pages.
I read it.
Get 27.
And I didn't read it line by line. I'm gonna tell you, I went.
Tell me tonight's minutes aren't going to be any shorter.
You'd rather have a
So
root canal.
we have a motion to accept the minutes.
Make a motion to accept the minutes as
Second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
written.
I,
Aye. All right, correspondence for the board's information. We had something on Ridge Road and
yeah.
Yeah,
something else.
actually 3 was correspondence for you guys to release the remaining escrow funds for Kemper Land Holdings, but I haven't received invoices yet from Mike Vignali, so I don't know what to tell you to release.
Okay,
I don't have an amount.
so we can't do that.
So where's Ridge Road?
Ridge Road is off Foot Point Road.
So 4A was an addition, so it's for you guys to take a look at.
This letters to the butters.
No, it's letters.
Chestnut Cove Road.
Yeah, it's 4 Point Road there, though.
Four Road's down the road.
No.
This way. Head towards Black Point Derby side.
Okay.
So,
Just
all
down
right,
the
so
road.
hang on, guys. We're almost there.
Oh,
We're so close.
So close.
So so that was, A was Ridge Road.
Yep.
And then B was, I can't even read my
that
own
you
writing.
Signed that rescission to the
Oh,
voluntary.
the
lot
rescission,
merger from the
yep,
town.
the rescission letter that was
It's too
signed.
much in there.
Any other business come before the board?
So I know you guys are really excited about this, but so believe it or not, our Facebook page has 448 followers.
That's cool.
Wow.
For a planning
Half the
department page,
voters.
that's actually a
Yeah.
lot, which I didn't think we'd get. So I just wanted to share that with you.
I'm
That's
not
cool.
even a member of that. I guess I gotta look that
All
up.
right, so I actually have to phrase that differently. Any public input at this point to come before the board?
Kelly,
Okay,
anything,
thank you.
Kelly?
And I will entertain one last motion.
I make
So
a motion to
moved.
adjourn.
And seconded,
Second.
Second.
and all those in favor?
Aye.
I love it.
Now I'm gonna get in my truck
Yeah.
and not talk to anybody else.